Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You feel that beat way down in your private parts? I know you do. So make a poo. Right on my chest, baby. Ooh, that's warm.
Well, I didn't know where that was going until it finished. That's called a stream of consciousness, y'all. Ooh, that's warm. Yo, 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 what's up, everybody? How we doing today? Hope everybody's doing well. We got a couple of showcases, but those are happening a bit later on today. So a little over halfway through the stream, we'll switch over. We got the Latin American games and the women-led games showcase today. That ought to be fun. Suppose I'll get on camera here. What is up, everybody? Oh, my fucking God, I forgot. Yep, I gotta do that tonight. What is up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're gonna play some Broken Lore, Unfollow and Follow today. Some horror games, relatively short ones. I'm not sure, like, I know the first one is like 3-4 hours-ish, give or take. I've heard. Maybe it'll be longer, who knows? But if we have time, if we finish it, we'll jump into the next one. So we've got two to take care of, and they both look pretty good. And I've played Broken Lore games before, and they're always pretty nice. And then we'll do some showcases, man. The following tab just shows Broken Lore oomph. Oomph. All right, let me set up my thing. I'm in the minority. I hate showcases. They only happen once a year, Smokey Brand. I guess if you count, like, there's one big one at the end of the year, the Game Awards. But yeah, this first week of June is all the showcases you could want. And then we don't have to watch it. They don't have it anymore. I love showcases, man. I do. I love watching them and sitting here with you guys and chatting about them and talking shit and all that stuff. So, did you remember to lock your doors so you don't get any home invaders again? Those motherfuckers. Thought it was hilarious. I want to see how hilarious JP thinks it is if I do the same to him. He won't. I can guarantee you that. Zeke just hate fucking a game until he can get to sitting eating cookies while the content creates itself. Hey, man. I mean, you just like fucking describe my whole life. It's a living, right? It's a living. Speaking of a living, Vincent was the first one to gift a sub today. And of course, the gifted sub is to Obese Bald Tubby Hotline. Didn't even do me the courtesy of giving me the hotline number for the obese, bald, tubby people. And I think obese and tubby, I think it's redundant, man. I don't think you need both of those, because if you're obese, you're tubby, and vice versa. I think obese, bald, I don't know, abrasive hotline. I don't think you need two fat ones in there. Unless, of course, I'm fat enough to incur both of those. It's like, nah, one word describing your fatness was not enough. You're that fat. Main thing is you got the point. I did get the point. Tex Mac, how's the weather treating you today? Humid and raining for most around us. And yeah. It rained a shitload this morning, I heard. When I saw, because I had to go put out my garbages today. And I saw it, and it was, yeah. Good thing is we haven't had to use the sprinklers since we moved here, because we're supposed to water our lawn, like, according to our rental agreement, we're supposed to water our lawn 2 times a week, and we just haven't had to since we moved here. It has been a mon-fucking-soon around here. I was in the Florida Panhandle last weekend, and fuck, man, 90-degree heat and monsoon rain. Yeah. Thankfully, when the rain falls here, it's usually a cool rain. It has been, at least. It's nice. Like, the only time I don't mind going outside is when it's raining. Any other time, I'm like, ugh. It's like trying to walk through butter. Just like, ugh. And before you say it, Scott, yes, walking through butter, that sounds like heaven for you, Zeke. Shut up. I know exactly what you're going to say. It's been 70 and cool there. Yeah, wait till the summer, though. It's going to get really bad. You already made a walking joke? Oh, about the carpool lane. Zeke's so fat, he got to take his walks in the carpool lane. Yeah, okay. A little low effort, but I'll let it slide. Not too bad. Welcome to hurricane season. Lucky you're far enough away just to get the rain after we flood those and lose utilities. We did have a little flash of utility, like... There is what? Oh, Broken Lord Low? Yeah, I know. That's from 2025. I haven't played that one yet, but I wanted to do follow and unfollow since follow is new. Maybe we'll swing back around and pick up Low at some point. But follow and unfollow seem like they're connected more so than the other ones, so play those back to back. Zeke, you aren't that fat. I know, Orange Willie. I'm not that fat. I am overweight, but I'm not that fat. I haven't weighed myself in a long time, though. But I bet if I stepped on the scale, I'd be somewhere around 250. I want to say 6'1", 250. I carry it pretty well. Not kilos, pounds, you dipshits. I'm an American. You step on the scale, it's going to say one at a time. Oh, man, that's an oldie but a goodie. My favorite one is, it's from In Living Color. I'm dating myself here. In Living Color back in the day, and it was Homie the Clown, and he was at a fair, and he was doing the weight guessing thing. And he's like standing there like, guess your weight. And this lady comes up and she goes, oh, you can guess my weight. And he goes, yeah, you're about one fat bitch. I just fucking lost it. It was one of the funniest jokes I'd heard up to that point. Oh. And then he'd slap her with a sock over the head. Homie, don't play that. Boom. Homie, don't play that. God, In Living Color was so good. It was so good. The cast was insane, man. Like it had the Wayanses, Damon, and who's the older brother? The guy who created it, basically. It was Damon and was it Marlon? I thought Marlon was one of the brothers. Keenan. Wasn't it Keenan? Yeah, Keenan Wayans. Keenan Ivory Wayans. Yeah. Yeah, Marlon and the other one, those are the younger ones who weren't on the show, I don't think. Or they, if they were, it was way later. But yeah, it was Keenan and Damon. And then they had David Allen Greer, Jamie Foxx, Jim Carrey. No, the Keenan from SNL is Keenan Thompson, I think, right? Kim Wayans, that's right. Kim Wayans, the sister, was in there too. Yep. Funky Mallard, thank you for the 18 months. No, man, that had like, I loved so many bits, so many recurring bits in that. Like, Mad TV tried to recapture that and they just couldn't. They weren't in Living Color. They had like, Homie the Clown, Homie D Clown, Fire Marshal Bill was good. And Jim Carrey is also as the workout lady who was juicing, who was on steroids and stuff. That was a good recurring character. Of course, Jamie Foxx as the ugly girl, Wanda. Oh, and J-Lo got her start there as a fly girl. The dancers, yep. Yeah, Ride the Snake when he was doing wasn't he doing Jim Morrison? Ride the Snake. Sean and Marlon Wayans came out later. Yeah. Didn't have standard characters. While not as good, I still think peak Mad TV was better than SNL. Well, that's the thing. Like, SNL was palatable for the masses. Like, almost everybody can find an SNL like sketch or character that they like. Like, Mad TV was very specific. Mad TV reminded me of like, it's like Mad TV, Kids in the Hall. It's like, if you like their humor, you'll really like the show. But if you don't, if it's not for you, you're not going to like it at all. SNL usually has something for everybody, like a little bit of something for everybody. Like SNL, like 80% of SNL usually is like, I don't care, it's not that great. And then there's that 15-20% of it that you're just like, that shit was funny. Like Schmidt Gay, that bit fucking sent me over, dude, with fucking Chris Farley and Adam Sandler, and they're like, if you like refreshing beer and you're gay, try Schmidt Gay. Speaking of that, happy Pride, everyone. Happy Pride Month. Do you think you would go see the new Scary Movie? No, I will not go see it. I will wait till it comes to streaming services, which should be in about 15 minutes. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's doing well. I really have no idea, but I have not appreciated a parody movie in so long. Like, I don't like comedies for the most part. And those movies, the parody movies, they try way harder than just straight comedy movies that are not based on anything. So it makes them so much worse. So much worse. I do want to see, what's that horror movie that everyone's talking about? Is it Obsession? Is that the name of it? I do want to see that. I've heard good things. Is that on streaming services yet? And Backrooms. Yeah, and Backrooms too. Are those on any streaming services? I haven't looked in a minute. What up, Jonah Spacebar? Not yet? Okay. Okay, they did just come to theaters? Okay. Yeah, I haven't looked at going to any movies or anything like that yet. It's about time though, because we're finally getting like mostly settled in. Last Monday, I did the entire garage. I organized the entire garage because I paid the movers to take all of the shit off the truck, and they put it in all the rooms that they went to, except the shit that went in the garage. I was just like, put it in the garage. So they just put it anywhere in the garage. So I'm like, fuck. So I had to take an afternoon and like take everything out of the garage and then put it in there. Like, so we have a nice space in the garage now. So I haven't done like any going out. I haven't gone to any restaurants or movies or anything like that. But now that we've got most of the shit taken care of, I've got all the bills on auto pay. I've got the, most of the boxes that we're going to unbox, or in fact, all the boxes that we're going to opened and put away. Now I can finally rest a little bit and go, okay, now let's do some like, recreational shit. You don't use your garage for cars? Well, now I can. Now one will fit in there if we want, but I honestly don't see the point. I mean, it is a 2-car garage. If the garage was empty, we could put both of our vehicles in there. But as it is, only one will fit, and it just seems weird to have like one in the garage and one not. I don't know. Hey, Zeke, as a garbage, is stuff put inside and outside of you a lot? Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, you bet. I never used to use the garage, but then I moved to a bigger house, and it's so nice having both cars in a garage. Is it? Seems like the garage is just a great space for like storage or, you know, locking the dogs up. You know, shit like that. Oh, your garage is your gym. Yeah, yeah. You know, I've thought about that. I thought about getting a Bowflex, and then I thought, nah, cookies. That was it. That was the end of the conversation. I was like, maybe I should get a gym. Nah. Cookies, though. I suppose I should let you guys know that we are not going to be doing an if then this weekend, this Saturday. We will be doing it next Saturday due to all the showcases and shit. I don't want to muddy up like the showcases and stuff by thanking everybody and yada yada yada. So we will be doing the if then next Saturday when we have another indie day. And because I hate you. No, I don't hate you. These if then things have been just really, really good. So it hurts me to postpone it. It really does. Hey, it's me, it's we going to get an indie week? No, you are not going to get an indie week. But I have the next best thing coming up. Not next week, but the week after. You know what the week after that is? Starting on the 16th of June. Take a guess. Demo days, baby. Demo days. That's right. Steam Next Fest is happening in 2 weeks or the week of the 16th. So demo days, man. It's going to be awesome. Love those demo days. Yeah. No, I will be taking a vacation in July to go visit Katie's mom and sister. So there will be a week in July where I will be gone. And I'm telling you now so Scott knows, like, yeah, a week in July. Let's see. What are the dates exactly? The dates are July 16th through the 22nd. Well, actually 17th. 17th through the 22nd. Excuse me, 17th. We're going to be leaving the 16th, but at night. So I will stream that day. So Scott will be doing, I'm hoping that Scott will be doing the reruns from the 17th to the 22nd while I'm gone. Visiting Katie's mom and sister. This guy moves not ready to take a holiday. Listen, dude. Katie gets on my ass about that. I'm like, I don't want to fucking take a vacation. I don't want to fucking, she's like, why do you work hard? So I can do fun stuff. Like, this is fun stuff. This is the fun stuff you talk about. This is why you work so much, so you can do fun stuff. You've been at this job for blah, blah, blah years. And you should get a bunch of vacation time. If you were at a regular job, you get a bunch of vacation time. You work? Just because my job is a nice, fun job doesn't mean it's not a job. Doesn't mean I don't like vacations from it. Muhan, thank you for 26 months.
Got Yolan ticks.
Listen, I've heard people in fucking like European countries give you like 8 weeks vacation after 10 years. Or something like that. I don't think I take that much. I mean, how much time off have I taken? And they're not paid. That's right. That's the fucking other thing, dude. That's the other thing that you guys may not understand is these are money losing vacation. They're not paid time off, dude. I don't get paid time off. That's not a thing I get. Are you counting the half days? It seems like you fucking guys don't appreciate me. I feel really unappreciated right now. Fuck you guys. We just want more of you, baby. I know. Hey, what were the dates? I wasn't listening. I was busy shitting on you in chat. That makes sense. The July 17th through the 22nd. Based on the model of my work, I get 40 paid vacation days. And when I have a lot of night shifts, I get additional days. Right now, I'm at 48 for this year. There you go. Oh, we have a joke of the day from Damn It Baines. What do Picasso and a terrible boxer have in common? They both spend a lot of time on the canvas. Yeah, I get that one. I actually get that one. Good job. Are you happy with the whole way the streaming job is going? Yeah, I love this job, man. I really do. I don't want to take vacations a lot of times. I have to, like, I get cajoled into it. Is this sponsored? No, I just want to play these.
You're a cunt.
What's the difference between a well-dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a tricycle? Attire.
There it is. Attire. I like it. Good one. That one was great. Nice work, Pete. Thank you for the bits. And Muhan, thank you for the 26 months. Got you all in text. Muhan. I had 1 month of summer vacation 1 week in winter, and I get one vacation day by every month. Feels finish. Yeah. But, I mean, let me just reiterate the point that, like, this is not paid vacation here, you know? I don't get, like, a paycheck that is... Like, my paycheck shows, like, that I took a week off. Burning Man does count as vacation? Yeah, absolutely. No, anytime I take off from this stream is probably considered vacation, I guess. As a person struggling with lifelong depression, long life depression, and your stream takes my mind off things for the afternoon, they're happy. Yes, Martin. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Now I feel appreciated. Martin has given me the strength to continue. Paid comment. Hashtag ad. Zeke, you work hard. I couldn't talk to people 5 to 8 hours a day. It sounds like hell. That's my wife, dude. Thankfully, I have a game to take out most of my shit. Sometimes she just talks all day. And that's fucking... That's insanity. Hey, Zeke, your stream is the only way I can jork. Happy? Yes. That does make me happy. Barbacola, I will accept your love of longtimeness. Your wife does sound like hell. Oh my God, dude. Scott, if you said half the shit to her face that you say in mine and her chats, like, she would break you. She would pick you up and break you in half, you skinny twig of a man. She is so much bigger. I know, she's so much bigger than you. She's taller than you and probably outweighs you by at least 50 pounds. She'd strike you like a bald match. All right, anyways. All right, I'm excited to play these games. I like the broken lore look. So let's fucking go. Let's do this. Oh, we got to add a sound sample to the board first. And what are we getting rid of? No! Shit! Our last weeb effect is going away. No! Oh no! Oh no! Unless, of course, Kino Ghoul has put a new one in. Let's see. We're gonna take this off, and then we're gonna put this on, whatever it is.
I do not care for hunky boys.
or do I? That's what he's saying. Okay. I do not care for hunky boys. Or do I? What is that from? Kino Ghoul. I'm curious. What would that be from? Psycho. Oh, Psycho Gorman. Okay. I'm not sure what that is. I saw someone mention it yesterday. Hunky Boys. There we go. Hunky Boys is in. Okay.
I do not care for hunky boys. Or do I?
There you go. All right, it is in on the big board. Let's get the profile saved here. There it is. Perfecto. Beautiful. Oh, source? Okay. Oh.
Look at all the hunky boys.
I do not care for hunky boys.
Oh. Okay.
Or do
All right. That's great. Can you tell folks about Persona 5 on Mondays real quick? Oh, yeah. So during the summertime, Scott is running the entirety of my Persona 5 220 plus hour run every Monday from here until fucking, I don't know, eternity. But he's running it every Monday for reruns. So if you want to recheck out my Persona 5 run, it's there for you. Yeah, want to see Zeke happy? Come and watch it. Was I happy?
And the problem you see,
Have I ever been happy? As someone that too deals with voided depression, 24/7 nerve pain, along with other pains and injuries, streams. Streams of old fart sounds, being bad at games, and your endless tiring spouts just add to my void. So, Kay, thanks, bye. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. Thank you, Kay, bye. Yeah. Let's be real. If you wouldn't talk for 5 minutes for every sentence spoken in the game, it would have been less hours. Also, you need to play P5R. No, I will not. And yes, the 7th Guest remake is out now, and it's on my list of things to do. There. 7th Guest remake.
Zeke Love.
You know what? I'll just get it right now. I'll just buy it right now, and promise you guys that we're gonna check that out soon, sooner rather than later. Okay. There. Why are you installing both things? I don't want you to install both things. Just the remake, please. Thank you. I don't want the fucking VR. I don't have a VR headset anymore. Rob Ansj. Thank you for the 10 months. Okay, Broken Lore Unfollow is the first one, so that's one we're going to play first. Let's go! Time for some horror games. Oh, yeah. Well, I get that's fine. Whatever. Sure. Okay. Yeah, there we go. 1920. There it is. Why not? Turn VSync on. Be my guest. Apply. There we go. Quality presets high. Epic. Yeah, let's do epic. Subtitles on. Yes. Audio's at 69. Sure. Why not? We'll just leave it there then. Okay. Cool. Oh, is my green screen? Oh, it's fucked up a little bit. There we go. How's that? Better? Better. Okay. New game. Let's go. Be careful when you cast out your demons that you don't throw away the best of yourself. Nietzsche.
What happened? Where am I?
Okay. That's pretty quiet. I wish I could leave it at 69, but need to pump that shit up. Did that even... Fucking barely. This game isn't gonna have 3 meatball spaghetti, right? They have enough funding. Oh, there we go. Followers? Oh, so I am gaining followers by doing stuff? Want some rap? Of course you do. Oh, I'm losing followers by watching this. Apparently. Okay. This mouse movement is a little wonky. It's got some, what is it smoothing? It's got mouse smoothing on it. I don't know if that's something I can change. No, doesn't look like it. Oh, well. Oh, I gotta put an item there. Okay. Sigmund Freud's book, The Dynamics of Society Viewed Through the Prism of Psychoanalytic Categories, outlining the concept of communal living as a system that, originating in the shared need to counter threats to human survival, inevitability ends up placing major limits on the natural drive of the individual. The evolution and articulation of civilization would thus take the form of a process of erosion of individual happiness and freedom. This house definitely looks familiar. If I open this door and there are posters on the wall. Oh, there's no doorknob. Okay. You, sir, the most devious bastard in New York City. Sorry. Hey, kitty. This should give me some followers. Oh, it did. It gave me some followers. What if I do it again? More followers? No. Mother's note. Our daughter needs to focus on her studies more. That silly creativity day at school was a waste of her precious time. She certainly won't make a career out of making handmade junk. Certainly not. Extra item collected. Hold on one second. Let me just read the blurb here.
They call me names.
Broken Lore Unfollow is a first-person psychological horror game that explores the impact social media has on mental health through the story of Anne, a victim of bullying trapped in a surreal nightmare where she must solve a dark mystery and confront sinister creatures. Okay. If you show your kitty on stream, you'll get banned for a few days. If you say, oops, it was an accident, also you get more viewers afterwards. That's something we should tell my wife. Flashlight? No, I don't have a flashlight yet. Wait a minute. Is that yellow cord always there? Oh, my flashlight.
A flashlight. Good.
5 followers for a flashlight.
But it doesn't work. Shit. No batteries. Maybe they're around here somewhere.
Okay. Follower count is 121. Oh. The fuck? This door is open now? Oh, because the batteries are in here. There we go. Cool. Anthony? Anthony, what are you doing here? Photo of Josh. We were so close once. An old camera that no longer works. Okay. Mail to Aki. To Aki from Anne. Subject, your videos are a lifesaver. Hey Aki, it's Anne here. You probably don't know my name, but I just had to write to you. Your videos, lifesavers. Seriously, you've helped me get through a super dark time and I'll be forever grateful. Whenever life throws freaky stuff my way, which in my world happens a lot, your gameplay is my little slice of heaven. It's like you're right there with me saying, hey, we can do this, okay? Even against the scariest bosses. What is preventing you from doing this, guys? What is preventing you from doing this for me? Huh? Your determination and the way you tackle every challenge have taught me something important. Even when everything seems lost, there's always a way out. You just never give up. I just wanted to let you know that you've been a light in the storm for me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being so incredible. Keep being the rock star that you are. Huge hugs, Anne. Because you can only tell the truth and that would be lying. Come on now. Sebastiano Serafini's album titled If, Fire on the Run, Alive, Fighting Demons, Genesis, Avalon, Clear. Fofgak. Fofgak? Probably nothing. My dream weight. I lost 10 pounds, finally. I can't believe I made it through the summer. It was really hard. I dreamed about food, but now no one will ever call me fat or pig again. Everyone will see how thin I am. It will be fabulous to go back to school. Even mom lost followers for this one. Even mom and dad were surprised. They didn't believe I could do it. They never believed in me. I'm so confident now I could cry. Nothing? Really? Nothing? Come on. Give me a flashlight in a dark room and didn't put anything in the dark room, you pricks. Hi Zeke, you are a piece of shit, but my favorite piece of shit. Don't change. I've actually gotten messages like that before. I am losing followers. Why? What have I done? Is this house getting more decrepit or am I just seeing things? Photo of Anna in elementary school. This is me in second grade. I'm holding my precious Pachugo. Okay. Downstairs we go. Nope. Hey, don't I turn that on. Don't turn that off. There we go. Thank you. Losing followers by the second. There we go. Summer hell. The whale has arrived. Hide the chips. If you cannonball, you'll empty the pool. Aren't you afraid of sinking with all that blubber? Come on, let's see if the fatty floats. No, what are you doing? Leave me alone. Kersplash. Jiggle the handle. Oh, come on. Jiggle the handle. Oh, hangman. Blank, 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 E. Penis. Nope. Vagina. Nope. Hole. As in butthole. P. With an H. Now I should be getting more followers.
I've tried, Anne. Really, I tried to be your friend. But friendship doesn't work that way.
Ugly. Whale. Oink pig.
Oh, my dear Anne. You're not happy. You're not perfect. But don't worry. I'll fix everything soon. You'll see. You'll be perfect.
Welcome to Elysium Technologies.
Okay. Blood. Oh. Cooking with Ella, eyes wide open. Mush mushy.
And I know you said you wanted to be alone, but I'm worried about you. Please call me when you hear this message, okay?
That's from Grace. Corvus, thank you for the 49 months. Here we go. Nope. Did I do anything? Didn't do anything. Okay. Well, we'll turn it on. Why am I losing followers? This is great content. There, I gained
Into
some.
reality. Leave the shadows.
What up, Purple Trader? Ah, Uncle Touchy's puzzle basement. I've been here. I got 4 followers for picking up a record. People are into vinyl. And now I lost one for, I don't know, just existing. Hey, there's the piece. Dim ba dim dim boom ba ba doo doo ba doo ba doo ba boop boop boop. Wait, what? I thought if I crouched down, she wouldn't see me. Oh, hi. What? What just happened? Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. She left. She got bored. She was like, nah, unfollow. I'm going to unfollow you in this basement. Oh, there we go. The monster's only interested in thin girls. What are you, a size 8? Mm-mm, honey. Mm-mm. Come talk to me when you're 4. As a streamer, do people unfollow me a lot? No, that happens more on Twitter. Speaking of Twitter, you guys should follow me on that. It's a great way to keep up with what I'm doing.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
Oh, thank you, Orange Willie. Oh, good old mom. I'm Batman. Speaking of that, oh, it's mom call day, isn't it? Yeah, it's Thursday. Time to call mom. later on in this room. Hi, what's happening? Ow! Asshole. I hate it when the doors open towards me. No, I'm on both. I'm on X and Blue Skype. Sargon, you can follow me on X and Blue Skype. Either or both. I tweet, I announce like stuff on both things. So. Oh, we're back here. Look at that. Oh, what's that? That actually looks like, with all the garnish on top, it looks like someone just like scraped off a plate of like, I don't know, pasta and just went and just put it in the toilet. Or I don't chew. Maybe I don't chew my food. It does look good. It looks tasty. There we go. 9 followers for that one. Who is that, Chad? Yeah, all the lights are out. Nothing's working. God damn it. Guess we'll sneak through here and load the next room. Okay. Oh, here we go. What's this? A world of magic. I had a tough day today. I had a fight with my mom and it hurt again and it hurt. Why doesn't she ever seem to understand me? But then I met Grandma and she took me to a secret magic world only we know. We talked about fairies, unicorns, and dragons. I felt so free and happy. It was like nothing else mattered. Like I could do anything with my imagination. I like to think that life is magical. Like there's always a secret door somewhere ready to open up to a new and amazing world that I can get away to. I hope one day Mom understands this too and we can go to the beautiful magic world together. Until then, I'm thankful I have Grandma by my side, ready to dream and fly high. Grandma's been giving me that good. Oh, the hangman. A-N-N-E. This opens the attic door. Grandma's special mushroom tea. I believe in unicorns and dragons and...
With NeuroSim, you can turn your dreams into...
Sandwiches. I think she was going to say sandwiches. There we go. It's Pachugo, a stuffed animal I made when I was in elementary school. It's shaped like a cat with an unusually large head. Who knows what I had put inside it? I used to have a stuffed animal that I put stuff inside. Anne.
Grace? I miss her. I feel like I haven't seen her in forever.
Anne, come down. Dinner is ready.
Is it spaghetti? 3 meatball spaghetti? What are you looking at? Wait, there we go. What are you looking at, kid? You want some of this? Oh, yeah. Look into my creepy doll eyes. What is a doll like this doing with a beard, you ask? Well, I'm not gonna tell you. I just use this eye to look at you when you're in the shower. Who wants some more? Oh, sorry. It's still one of my favorite gags, man. Still one of my favorites. Yeah, I fucking saw that. Hold on. Can I? What is this? Oh, take me to the Steam page. Oh, thanks, ad block. Okay. Just takes me to the Steam page. That's fun. Okay. I just want you to know that I saw that down there. Can I? I didn't think so.
I'm waiting for you.
Down here? Okay. Dinner. Not in there. Why am I losing followers? This is scary as shit. Not there.
Anne.
Jesus, fuck.
Darling.
That one got me.
Could you please help me set the table?
You bet. I'd love to. Oh, I remember this part. Aki. I waited in line for 4 hours at the book signing that day, but it was worth it. Aki on the surface. Dive into the depths of Aki Dearest's world. Life is a beach when you swim your way out of murky waters. But do you have what it takes? An instant bestseller upon its release, this book provides an insightful and entertaining look into the life of a young and rising YouTube personality. Elsa DeMarco. Elsa True Crime. Or Eliza DeMarco. Brevity. Story chez non. Oh, it's in French. I can't fucking read French. True crime book. My mother read it all in one go. Yeah. Or it's Italian. It's Italian. Yeah, Italian. Okay. I saw that. Oh, think before you eat, you fat pig. Select an item. I'm going to boil some celery, and that's my dinner. You can translate? Okay. Let's see. La verità rimane spesso solo una delle tante supposizioni. La prima antologia? I don't know if it's a G or a G. Del crimine del nuova indiscussa voce Italiana del Crime. I don't know. Del Crime, Del Crime. Crime on delle pene. What up, Barely a Drummer? Truth only remains one of the many suppositions. Okay, that's the first thing. Veritas, I know the truth. Okay. I tried my Google Lens, but I think it's too, it seems like it would be too blurry. The first something crime novel in an Italian voice of crime. The first anthology of the new Italian voice of crime. There you go. Okay, cool. Who is the whale? Oh, come on, guys. Oh, it's E. Whoops. I'm looking for another N. I will collect the milk and the Pizza Express. No, I guess I won't collect anything else. Oh, here we go. What's this?
Oh, June's cookbook.
Cooking with June. Food for a happier and healthier lifestyle. June's Kitchen. June's best techniques, tricks of the trade, and tips for results that will leave your guests speechless. A collection of the best recipes presented in June's vlogs and many more that you can find exclusively in this book. More than 1,000 photos to illustrate ingredients, selections, preparation, and the process of cooking. Ten more followers for finding a record. Oh, I'm going to boil the milk. Right. Oh, it even has the calories on it, huh? Okay. So I can't boil milk. That's too bad. Holy! Moly. Oh, is somebody hungies? Somebody hungies? What a dickhead. Heart milk spaghetti. 1 heart, 0.5 liters of milk, spaghetti with leftovers, meatballs. Be sure to watch out for splashes. The milk can be deadly when hot. Cut the heart into strips, set half aside for garnish, and dice the rest in the saucepan. Add the milk and bring to a boil. Add the cubes and cook over medium heat for 15 minutes. Take the leftover spaghetti noodles with the meatballs and roughly chop them up. You don't need to be precise, so have fun. You can even use your hands at this stage. Remember, remove the heart from the heat and add the noodles. Stir vigorously, put it back on heat and let simmer for a few minutes. The bright color of the heart and the dull color of the meatballs will give your dish a reddish brown hue that will knock your socks off. Remove from heat, transfer to serving dish, and decorate with strips of heart you set aside. I enjoy grilling them, but you can let your imagination run wild. Serve hot. Heart, milk, spaghetti leftover with meatballs. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get our spaghetti. I'm losing followers to this thing. This thing just appeared and I'm losing followers. Oh, there we go. The spaghetti bolognese from the toilet. Right, of course. Okay, so I have... we played the demo of this, I think, Lulu Shamis. There was a demo of this a while ago. So I've got the spaghetti, I've got the milk, and now Nope. The spaghetti is overcooked. The milk is out of date. What else did I need? I needed spaghetti leftovers. Oh, a heart. I need a heart from somewhere. Okay. Don't worry. Dinner's coming. I'll be right back. Just got to go find a heart somewhere. Oh, probably in the blood room. Yeah. Oh, I hear it. Do you have a heart? I can hear it beating. Aha! Right where I left it in the laundry basket. It's really hard to look at. All right, time to cook some milk steak boiled over hard with some jelly beans. Not that way. Only 112 calories. Heart's some low calorie, good protein. There you go. There we go. Delicious. All right, buddy. Who's a hungry boy? Who's a hungry boy? Only 600 calories. $615 calories? Man, that's a good meal. It's not bad. Lovely plating, too. Here we go. Right in the mouthies. It's gluten-free spaghetti. That's how we got the calories to under 7. What's wrong? It's almost like you don't like your toilet spaghetti. Picky eater. Maybe he's more of an omelet man? Oops. Gabagool!
No flush your mass spaghetti.
There you go. Who was that? Slight 76 with 46 months. No flush of my spaghetti. You are beautiful. Oh, I'm too big. There we go. How's that? Love that Joker. She's been using brand X. Love that Joker. Are you guys wanking to this?
Anne, come on. You haven't been out in weeks. Come over tonight.
No, Grace, I really don't feel like it.
Come on. My parents are out for dinner. We'll have the whole house to ourselves. Let's have a movie night. Popcorn and ice cream.
But that's exactly the point. I don't want to eat those things anymore. I don't want to be fat anymore.
But you're not. You're just...
Just what? Chubby? Plump? Rotund?
I feel attacked.
Say it any way you like. I suck. I really am a whale. Grace? My God, we had this conversation years ago.
Lonely Rider, Old Woman Never Dies, Mountain, novels, Dragon's Blow. I like that that book is entitled Novels. The working title was Insulting Zeke the Game.
Sorry, Anne. I didn't mean to offend you.
I know, Grace. You're not like everyone else.
Come on. Let's still meet tonight. Let's just put on a movie. No junk food, I swear. Are you in?
All right.
Okay. Can we still
I
scissor?
miss her. I feel like I haven't seen her in forever. Sorry, Grace, but I'm almost done editing the video now, and I want to finish so I can post it tomorrow. Sorry.
But weren't we supposed to be going to the movies?
I only have tonight to work on it. If I don't study during the day, then who will hear my...
You're not going to stand me up again tomorrow, are you?
I give you my word, absolutely not. I'm meeting Josh for lunch, then in the evening, I'm all about you. Are we going to see that horror movie at the movie theater you told me about?
Anne, it's been a month. They've already pulled it out of theaters.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize how much time had passed.
This game is making me feel guilty while you sit there on your lunch break devouring a whole Little Caesars pizza. Attaboy.
I will be waiting for you. Don't worry, Anne. You will always be a good friend to me. The best in the world.
Ow! Oh! I think I jogged her too hard. Say goodnight, Gracie. So, no scissoring then? Oh, kitty. There's some more followers. There we go. Yeah. That's good kitty. No, I did it again. Damn it, I meant to back out. Shit. I petted it twice. Harmony High Sports Club. Join the team now. The sports team. What sport? Sports. No, what sport? We play sports. Okay. Oh, monster fatty. Haha, turd with flies on it. And pig, stinky pig. That's me. I'm a stinky pig. There's blood in there too. SAT testing, learning and comprehension testing free. Come prepare for your tests for every Saturday and Sunday. Oh, hey.
Shadows behind and embrace the light.
She's fine. We just need some soundproofing for her office. Maybe a little. I would close the door, but it gets so unbelievably hot in here if I close that door.
Once upon a time, in a small farm hidden among the hills, there was a little pig named Pinky. Pinky wasn't like the other pigs. He had a slightly different appearance, with rough skin and dark spots that looked like shadows on him. The other animals in the barn avoided him and treated him badly. Every day, Pinky was shoved by the horse, pecked by the chickens, and ignored by the cows. Even the other pigs kept their distance, whispering among themselves that he was cursed. Pinky felt lonely and sad, but there was something more unsettling about the farm that only he seemed to notice. The farmer, a large and silent man with a worn-out hat and vacant eyes, had a constant habit. Every evening, when the sun went down, he inspected all the pens to make sure everything was in order. When he found a sick or injured animal, he would rush to take it to his shed to treat it. The sounds coming from there were frightening metallic noises, groans, and sometimes a muffled scream. The animals that went into the shed never came out again. One night, Pinky decided to find out what was happening in the shed. He quietly crawled out of the barn and approached the shed's window. What he saw filled him with terror. The farmer was dismembering a chicken. It seemed like he was trying to fix something, as if he wanted to put the broken animal back together. However, the result was a macabre assembly of animal parts, with eyes and limbs stitched together in an unnatural way. Pinky recoiled in fear, but he knew he had to do something to stop this madness. Back at the barn, he began to plan. He knew he couldn't do it alone, so he started talking to the other animals, telling them what he had seen.
It's a long story with no subtitles, and I hate it.
They were all tired of Pinky. The horse broke his leg bones to keep him in place. The chicken gouged out his eyes because, in her opinion, someone who told lies didn't need to see reality. And finally, the cow with a powerful bite tore out his tongue so he could no longer speak. Pinky was thrown into the manure pile alone and injured. He wanted to give up, but kept trying to get up, even though his bones made strange noises. He opened his eyes, even though they were full of blood and clots, and he continued to scream a heart-wrenching wail. In the night, while all the animals slept, the farmer came to him. He dragged Pinky into his shed and began to operate. He had a careless manner and a heavy touch. Every point he touched worsened the situation, until the stress turned into frustration, the frustration into anger, and finally, in a fit of rage, the farmer tore off Pinky's limbs and threw the scraps into a trapdoor beside him, where the other animals, now just like Pinky, had gone on their last said journey. Pinky was there, once again with his friends. He looked at them, and from what was left of his disfigured, paper face, A smile accompanied his last moment, because for the first time he felt the same as all his friends.
Weird. Okay. So if you didn't catch that story, the long and short of it is Pinky was a weird pig that lived on a farm, and the farmer would take sick animals back to his shed and try and fix them by sewing them together in weird forms. And Pinky went back to tell all of his farm friends, and they were like, Pinky, you suck, we hate you. And they ripped him apart, and they broke his legs, and they bit out his tongue and shit like that. And the farmer came and saw that he was sick and took him back to the shed and got frustrated and tore off all of his arms and legs and threw him in the garbage with all of the other garbage animals. And Pinky felt right at home with the other garbage animals, which is a really weird and dark story. Invisible. I try so hard, but no matter how hard I try, I never seem to break through. I know I have talent. Why do my classmates not understand it? What am I doing wrong? Why am I not getting the success I deserve? Why am I not popular? It's so frustrating. What are you looking at, kid? Huh? You bald piece of shit? Man, you think these little tiny mannequins fucking scare me? I could take on like 10 or 12 of these guys. What really concerns me is all the followers I'm losing. Why am I losing followers?
I can't believe this. It's the school's fault that this is allowed to be happening.
I understand your concern, but it appears that Anne has been having a hard time lately, and there are more reports of other kids harassing her as well. That needs to be dealt with, and I think a psychological evaluation could help us better understand the underlying issues.
What? A psychologist? No, that's not necessary. She just needs more structure and discipline. You need to do your job and take control of this situation.
Anne, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Anne? Oh, my flashlight was okay. Just reloaded now. These children are all T-posing on me to assert their dominance. Okay. The Harmony Hornets. Huawei? I do things Huawei. You get some Red Zed, some Fizz, some Huawei or Diet Huawei. Dr. Yes. You get some Zinger and some Genie. Can I get a Diet Dr. Yes? It tastes more like regular Dr. Yes.
Hey, it's Butterball.
Is this what you've become?
Oh, sorry. I didn't recognize you. You used to be so unmissable. Now you're so flat.
Camilla.
Hey, Ann! Now that you're skinny and have a few followers, do you think that you're cool?
What a loser. Everyone hates you. No one cares about you. No one cares how many people listen to your nonsense.
Rob, Leo, you always wanted to hurt me, but I won't let you do it again.
You want to be the bad girl for once? Do you want me to remind you of your pathetic cry session after Josh's little text prank?
Ready for another lesson, Anne?
The only lesson here will be for you. I'm not afraid of you anymore.
No, I was lucky enough to have in my friend group we had someone that was fatter than me. So I wasn't the fat one. I was the stinky one though. So I got that quite a bit. No, I didn't meet Scott until I was 30 something. I wish Fat Scott was there. But then again, if he was, we wouldn't be friends. I mean, we wouldn't be friends now. Probably would have still been friends in high school. I mean, we were both losers, right, Scott? Class cons get a more leeway in terms of appearance. You are not wrong, Evercrow. I'll tell you this, man. I've always been good at making friends. And I've always been decent at making people laugh. And that has saved my ass so many times. And good at taking drugs. I was a good kid though. I didn't take drugs in high school. I waited till I was after high school to do any, like, holy shit. I didn't even realize what I was looking at here. I didn't start doing drugs until after it was cool. Hey, look at that. A thingy.
Each step brings you closer.
For me, it was the fact that I am autistic and a huge nerd, in which in the 90s was weird being a girl and all. Dude, we appreciated every, like, our little group had, like, I don't know, like a dozen or so friend group of nerds and dorks and, you know, all those kind of people. And we had like 2 of our friend group were women, and we were thankful for them. Because without them, we wouldn't know how women do anything. Or think or work or, you know, how they pee. Still kind of fuzzy on that one. Yes, Scott, you weren't the only one. Vote here for prom bully. Fatty. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should go back there and vote for prom bully. Nah, I'm here. Might as well go through this. What is this? Nonsense. What? Who? Coach Klein, is that you? Are you peeping in the boys' shower again, Coach Klein? No, this was the most fearful place for any nerd in high school. Any nerd in high school, the worst place to ever be was the locker room. Boys or girls locker room, the worst. Fiery shower. Making the fire alarm ring while Anne was taking a shower was such a great idea. That poor Anne, she always thinks she's better than everyone else. Again today, she managed to embarrass herself in front of the entire school. It felt amazing. She needs to learn to keep her hands off Josh. She might have lost weight, but she is still a pathetic loser. That is a high school student in the shower? She looks like she's 30. And you look like you're 60, Zeke. We're not talking about me! Oh. Oh. Is that just the light? It must be just the light making that noise. Jesus, how fucking big is this? Whoa, my God!
Always trying to hide what everyone sees. Run. As if you could escape what you really are.
I'm gonna lose followers for this. Yeah, I'm right here. Come get some. Come get a taste. Ah, good thing she can't bend her knees. She was forced to unfollow me. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Fingered in the Ass and Taste D's. 2 wonderful subs. Thank you. Okay. Oh, there we go. Camilla Hunter, student. Okay. Jesus.
Hey.
You're Aki Dearest.
Hi. I need your help to get out of here.
What are you doing in there?
I don't know. I can't remember anything, and I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I need your help to get out of here.
I don't know what to do.
Break the TV or something!
How?
With your face!
Hurry up and do it!
Okay. Let me find a pipe or something.
Brings you closer to your inner truth.
So I think we're inside of like the only thing I can compare it to in popular media is Tony Stark's barf. Bio something active retro framing or whatever it is. Open doors. Camilla always comes up with new ways to humiliate that pig. This time she ordered me to take a picture of Anne while she was in the bathroom sitting on the toilet. We shared the picture with all the students. Anne must be thrilled that she's finally gone viral. That is pretty funny. She's probably taking a big old stanky shit. Why do I have a boner? What are you doing down there? Girls shitting does not give me a boner, does it? Does it? Well, I guess I found something new about myself. Add it to the list. No, I'm meant to be finding something to bash the screen of the... Right? Maybe I have to leave and come back with something. Oh, can't go in the boys. Oh, there's something. What's this? Let me disappear. I wish I could just turn everything off, close my eyes and disappear. I'm so tired. Camilla and her friends have been tormenting me forever. Can't they just give me a break? I can't take it any longer. I feel so vulnerable. I feel so humiliated. The whole school is laughing at me. I'm just a joke. Josh could do so much better than me. To be honest, you probably both could do better. All right. I suppose I should vote for class bully. There you go. Did I? Oh, I did it. Okay. All right. Class bully. $77-2? Jesus. What is this? A Harlem Globetrotters game? Monster. Oh, the Hall of Records that every high school has. A nice trim. And now that you're skinny and have a few followers, do you think that you're cool? Girl, you know you're not and never will be. But it's a good thing Camilla suggested that I give you a makeover that made you talk of the school. Made you the talk of the school. Now, yes, you are our queen of the prom. Skinny or fat, Anne, you'll always be an ugly dork. I like how her losing 10 pounds over the summer went from fat to skinny. That's how, that's the weight difference. 10 pounds is all you need to go from fat to skinny. I survived that though.
quiet place? No place is quiet enough to smother your shame.
Oh, we found another bully. Who's this? Leo Wirtz. Looks like a fucking chode. What a Chad. All my bullies in high school were also blonde. Hello. F you! Unfollowed, bitch. Oh, there we go. Who's this? Rob Johnson. Such a bully. Oh, it's this. Okay. I dropped 14 pounds the other week myself as a man. They fired me from working at the daycare after that. There you go. There's all the bullies.
Resurface.
Yeah.
Causing pain and making you wonder if you'll ever heal. Dan, can you recall the most humiliating episode with your school bullies? You've been holding on to anger and hurt for so long, but maybe it's time to take control of the situation. You can't change the past, but you can choose how you respond to it.
Drown them. Oh, revenge or let go? I mean, it wasn't so bad. It was such a long time ago in high school. I don't know. What do you guys think? You know what? I'm gonna give you a poll here. What is it? Revenge or let go? Okay. Choose. Revenge. Let go. All right. There you go. Your poll's in the chat. I'm just gonna go pee real quick while you guys are making your votes. What did we pick? We chose revenge. It was closer than I thought it was going to be, though. It was closer than I thought. All right, revenge it is. Let's do it.
She's crazy. She's a psycho.
Drown, you fat pig! You're a psycho freak.
I'm not going to feel guilty.
No, I'm not.
At least this way they won't hurt anyone else again. I'm not the monster.
I can't pause it. Free ad break. Sorry. Someone clip it for those who are on ad break. Sorry, I couldn't pause it. There was no, like, I couldn't press escape or pause or anything, so. Unfortunately. Well, or fortunately, they all burned. Vince giving a sub to Clip D's. Oh, I got 10,000 followers from that. Or, I mean, a bunch of new followers from burning those guys alive. If that's what I need to do, that's what I got to do. Maybe I should take a note out of her book. All right, sorry about the ad break, but for those of you who are on ad break, we voted for revenge, and they got burned all up. And then the Mortal Kombat guy comes out and goes, "Toasty!" It was very jarring. Hey, there you go. For those of you who are on ad break, this is what you missed.
Crazy. She's a psycho.
Drown, you fat pig! You're a psycho freak.
I'm not going to feel guilty.
No, I'm not.
At least this way they won't hurt anyone else again. I'm not the monster.
I can't pause it. Free ad break, sorry. Look at that look in my eyes. Like, how many fantasies did I have in high school? Clip it for those who are on ad break. There you go. That's what you missed. I think if you were bullied in high school, it was normal to have fantasies like that, right? Please, someone tell me it was normal. Because I wasn't necessarily bullied a lot, but enough. I felt like enough of a loser where I was like, I'm going to burn all the cheerleaders down. I'm going to burn them all up. All the cheerleaders and jocks. We had this thing in our high school called Jock Rock. And basically it was just a stone or a brick like bench that was about, I don't know, 20 feet long that all the jocks would sit on, the senior jocks would sit on. And you'd walk by and you just look at them because you'd have to walk by Jock Rock to go out to your car to go to lunch. And you'd walk by and they were all sitting there eating their lunch in their Letterman jacket with their fucking cheerleader girlfriends. You'd be like, I hope you all burn. But that's normal. I didn't burn anybody. That could be proven. There we go. 10,000 followers from burning my bullies alive on camera, I guess. Hey, you want some crispy fuel or fresh farm milk? Has any of your bullies gotten in touch since you got to be a big streamer? Well, no. No. I haven't talked to any of them, and if they reached out, like, sure, I'd talk to them, but
Welcome to The Animal in You, where we try to make sense of your life through valuable lessons from the animal world. Today's question.
Okay. I just wonder if I could pause that. I might not be a big streamer, but it would be kind of cool to go back and be like, hey, what do you do these days? I play video games on the internet. How is it? It's awesome. Just like you think. How are you doing? Oh, I got 3 kids and but yeah, you can stop right there. Sorry. We were saying?
Question is, who are you? Are you like a chameleon, which is believed to change its colors so often that it can't remember its true hues anymore? Well, the answer is yes. Yes, you are a chameleon.
I am.
Chameleons don't change their colors to blend in, but rather they change according to their mood, to external stimuli, or to communicate. And you are so confused that you no longer know how to respond to the world.
Okay.
You don't know what colors you need to express yourself and make yourself understood. You don't know who you are. But let me tell you something. Do you know the real colors of a chameleon? Probably not. A chameleon can't remember. Actually, chameleons couldn't care less about their original color. So, why don't you start using a whole rainbow of colors too? Why don't you use them all to express yourself and take your life back?
Happy Pride. So you're going by Ezekiel now, nerd. What's up, douchebag? It's Tanner from high school. Remember me? Me and the guys used to give you a hard time in school. Sorry, you were just an easy target, lol. I can see not much has changed. Remember Sarah, the girl you had a crush on? Yeah, we're married now. We make over 200K a year driving Mustang GT. I guess some things never change, huh, loser? Nice catching up, lol. Pathetic. Is that a copy pasta? Because it seems like you guys did that super fast. It is? Okay. Okay. No, I won't name names, but there's only one person from high school that I wish ill upon. The other ones, I'm like, I get it. You had a friend group. We bullied other kids like that were like, well, not bullied, but we definitely talk shit about other kids, like the nerdier kids, because there was echelons of nerds too. It's like, okay, you play D&D, but are you a fucking LARPer? You fucking dork. You go out in the park and you LARP? Wow, what a fucking dork. You know? So we talked down to the nerds that were just one lower echelon than us, and I bet they did the same, and so on and so forth, all the way down. I just wonder who the lowest was. You know what? I bet nerd bullying is circular. I don't think there's those levels. I think it's circular.
Zico.
Kev Bod with 153 months. Speaking of dorks. Oh, it's Dickhead again. I gained followers. Whoa, do you want another thing? He does. Crying over spilled blood. One fresh eyeball, one human tongue, one spinal column. A dish that sends a shiver down your spine and leaves everyone speechless. The raw materials first. Place the spinal column in a large cauldron filled with water. Bring the water to a boil, then reduce the heat to let it simmer for about 45 minutes, allowing its essence to infuse the broth. Add a pinch of salt, rosemary, and thyme for an eerie aromatic touch. In another pot, boil the tongue for about 30 minutes. Once tender, remove it from the pot and allow it to cool. Peel off the outer layer of the skin to reveal the softer meat inside. Arrange the spinal column and the tongue on a serving plate along with some broth. As a final touch, squeeze the eye to season the dish with a few drops of its gooey, gelatinous liquid. Okay. So I need an eyeball, a tongue, and a spinal column. There's got to be like bunches. Oh, I can get it from these guys. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. Let's go ahead. Let's grab the eyeball first. Oh, she doesn't even have any. How about a tongue? She got to have a tongue, right? Oh, I'm just gonna... You're ruining the eyeball. I took the spinal column from the front. Metal. Yes, chef. Oh, this wasn't the right way then. Okay. I'd really love to turn off the head bob, if I could. But that doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. I was wondering that same thing, CDPR. What if I spared them? Would they die anyways? Yeah, I just bought it, Samyana. I bought it and installed it. I'll be playing it as soon as these two games are done. As far as I know, these games are pretty short. A few hours here and a few hours each. All right. Who's ready for num-nums? Who's my little num-num monster? You want to hear the plane? Here comes the airplane. Open wide. It's got to go into the hangar. I forgot to put salt on it, didn't I? God damn it. I knew I'd forget something. Oh, okay. Already got that one. Bucket of chicken. Oh, to Aki from Ann. Your advice is changing everything. Hey, Aki, it's me again, Ann. Remember that channel I was talking about last time? Well, I followed every single piece of advice you gave, especially the one about staying true to myself and not trying to copy others. It's been a revelation. Even though my followers haven't increased yet, I got a good feeling about it. I've started to show more of the real me, sharing my passions, my fears, and how I face the monsters and challenges of life. I believe it's just a matter of time before people start to notice how unique and special my approach is. I can't wait to see the results of this change because I know that patience and authenticity pay off. And your example has shown me that it's possible to succeed by staying true to who we are. Even though my channel is just a drop in the ocean of the internet for now, I'm so super optimistic that by following in your footsteps one day, my online space will become a point of reference for many. Thank you for everything, Aki. I will never stop being grateful for the hope and inspiration you've given me. With affection and hope. And on. I want to say on every time because of fucking Persona. Oh, there we go. Gain some followers by petting the kitty. 2 followers for each kitty pet. They probably only followed me because I said I show kitty on stream. And they thought I was talking about something else. I walked Japan's Suicide Bridge. My biggest problem with living in Japan. I spent the night in Japan's most haunted cave. A cannibal made this manga. Wait, Aki Dearest, how many followers does she have? Wow, 2.85 million.
I want to be just like Aki. She's so perfect. I have to dress like Aki, wear makeup like Aki, and talk like Aki. Then people will like me too.
Aki, Aki, Aki.
What the hell is going on?
Whoa! Shit!
Aki. Again?
Do I know you? Who are you?
Yeah, you needed me. You needed me before. I'm Anne, remember? Oh, hold on. Don't worry. I'll release you.
Hurry, please. I want to go home.
Home? Wait, you remember me, don't
So
you?
that's a real YouTube channel then.
What's
That's
going
nice.
on? Allison, hurry up!
It's Anne. We met. You remember me, don't you?
Whatever. Just hurry up. I don't feel like myself.
Your biggest fan. This is Stan.
This isn't my body. I feel like I'm getting erased. I've been overwritten. What did you do to me?
I didn't do anything.
Well, then do something. Hurry up. Do you know what it's like to be here?
Oh, your biggest fan. This is Anne. I didn't think about the rhyme already.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, right. You're useless. What did you do to me? What did you do to my body?
Hurry up! Use your Twitch Prime to save me!
Feels like?
Chat! Use your Twitch Prime to save me! The only thing that can save me is using your Twitch
This is
Prime!
your fault. It's always your fault.
We met. Yes, we met.
Thank you, Brett Assassin, with 33 months. Nah. Oh my God, it's Josh. I have Polaroids of Josh under my fucking bed. Ugh. Thank you, Campero, with the Prime resub of 13 months. Renee's with 50.
Only because you begged so nicely.
Thank you. It's my birthday? Oh, great.
Inner truth. Authentic freedom. Oh, wait.
My flashlight doesn't work. That's fun. Oh, can't go back in there. Oh, on the ground there. There it is. Oh, there we go. 7 of 15, 2 of 9. Oh, on this level, there's 3, there's 2, there's 3. Okay. So they do give you a little collection meter or updates. Okay. Did that one. Okay. Go in there. Oh, there's one down there. Better grab that real quick. There you go. Gaining followers. Fuck me.
Welcome
Welcome to the Animal in You, where we try to make sense of your life through valuable lessons from the animal world.
Thank you, Sith, with the 17
Today's
months.
question is, have you been in such pain that you turned it into anger? Are you becoming a honey badger? Well, the answer is yes.
What?
Yes, you are a honey badger.
No.
You've probably been told that honey badgers attack when they get pissed off.
Can
And
I
now
wear
you
a
feel
shirt
like
for
one of
this?
them,
No.
Because you just want to smash everything.
Why
draw
not?
and be ugly.
It doesn't make sense.
But you're not pissed off.
Oh, she is wearing a shirt.
You're scared.
It just looks like her
The
flesh.
truth is, honey badgers get aggressive not because of their nature, but rather because sometimes they feel threatened. They act in self-defense. Whenever they sense danger and can't find a way out, their automatic response is acting mad. They hope to scare the predator, maybe, or maybe it's just a cry for help. So, instead of getting destructive, why don't you figure out what's making you angry and deal with it?
Wow, that sounds easy. Why don't I do that? Jeez. All I gotta do is figure out what's making me angry and deal with it. Oh, cake. Oh, I made it to 100 kilos. Oh, man. Feeling good at 100 kilos. That's low, right? A moldy birthday cake. On top, there's a big sign that says 100 kg. Hey, you. Fuck you. Fuck you, pal. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Stop!
If you want to be like Aki, rebuild yourself. Oh, okay. I'll have to find shit to put on the doll. Put on the wireframe. There we go. That's not something I want. Oh, look at that fat cat and the guy in the vat. He's got real fat.
No one cares about these things. To them, it's garbage. My old channel had no hope.
Oh, little dress. There we go.
I'll never be as successful as her. It's not fair.
I'm sorry I never finished this painting. I started the day before my parents' accident. I've never been able to touch it since. So I'm a fat orphan? Oh, man. Could this day get any worse? Oh, the
Why
doll.
can't I make videos like Aki? I'm trying so hard.
Doll's legs. Jesus Christ.
Freedom awaits you beyond your fears.
The first video, Grace, what's up? You've been acting mysterious since yesterday. And I finished editing my first video today. I must say it came out great. Grace, I definitely want to see that. And I'll send it over to your phone in a little while. You can tell me what you think, okay? Grace, I can't wait. Shall we meet at your place tonight to go to the movies? And yes, but Grace, don't say anything to my mom about this. You know how she is. Oh, great. Oh, I'm going in the walls. Oh, that sounds like a fucking great idea. Yeah, come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs. Have a few fat laughs. Rats, Dad. Big ones. And up. Oh, there's one. Who installed this ductwork? It's fucking terrible.
With NeuroSim, discover your...
Now I know what a TV dinner feels like. Wow, we got everything on this level. Look at us. Little completionists we are. Failed again. A full day of editing, a week to finish the video for what? A measly 10,000 views? No better than a kid streaming video games. This... Hey now. I don't get 10,000 views. This really doesn't work. I'm at my limit. I can't work this hard and receive so little. I was really counting on the last video. Why did it go so badly? Why did it do so badly? Everything is falling apart. My life, my career, everything. And I still haven't found the courage to tell my parents that I failed my last exam. I'm in deep shit and it's all my fault. I'm useless. That doll has person eyes. There's the head.
The last piece.
Great. Well. Shit. Hi, how you doing? We're not friends. We're not friends. That's not a friend. got me. Oh, okay. We just reloaded to save. Okay. Person eyes, they're watching you. They see your every move, fatty. Lost in doubt. I've been getting some hatred online lately. I know there are trolls, and I know that humans tend to pay more attention to criticism than compliments, but I feel horrible. I can't get their comments out of my head. It makes me want to cry. Sometimes I feel like I'm back in middle school again. I just don't know how to not let them get to me, mess with my head. I hope my supporters would going to stand up for me, make me feel safe, but if they don't, then who's going to love me? I'm so dumb. I ruined my real life to get admiration from total strangers. Why am I looking for their opinion? Why does it matter so much? I'm stupid. I'm weak and pathetic. God, what a fucking crybaby. Get over yourself, fatso. God damn. Don't you Emberville me. God, this music is really like, it's good. Find a way to shut off the power. There we go. Friendship fumbles. Grace, I'm not even going to see you tonight. Really? Sorry, Grace, but I'm almost done editing the video now and I want to finish so I can post it tomorrow. Sorry. I only have tonight to work on it. If I don't study during the day, then who will hear my... You're not going to stand me up again tomorrow, are you? I give you my word, absolutely not. I'm meeting Josh for lunch and then in the evening, I'm all about you. Are we going to see that horror movie at the theater you told me about? And it's been a month. I've already pulled it out of theaters. I'm sorry. We already heard this. I didn't realize how much time had passed. Don't worry. We'll find something else to watch. Unfollowed.
Wait.
Oh, did she lose me? What just happened? Thank you, Cat of Knox, with 31 months. Oh, fucking, where was that doll? Downstairs in the kitchen? Yeah, not this one. Ow. There we go.
You always say to be ourselves, to express who we truly are. But it's all a lie. Being myself never works. No one really cares about who I am. The only way to succeed is to be you. There's no other way. And you need to stop lying to us, to sabotage my dream.
No, I think if she catches you like a couple times in a row, you eventually die. But yeah, not a real threat.
You will always be a good friend to me. The best in the world.
Oh, my dear Anne. You're not happy. You're not perfect. But don't worry. I will fix everything soon. You'll see.
Now wink with the other one.
You'll be perfect.
No more wire hangers!
Dear, you don't have to speak. Everything will be all right. Oh, here it is.
Just a little off the top, please. I'm not looking for a buzz cut.
Wait for me here, Anne. I'll be back soon.
Do you need to get a new battery for that or something? Yeah, exactly. Weird choice of tattoos. Fucking Black and Decker. You should have sprung for DeWalt, man. Should have sprung for a good one. And Black and Decker knockoffs are not as good. Wow, she really gonna try to escape? Metacritic Camilla Hunter. Aggressive behavior, anger management issues, high risk of harm. Current status ongoing. Notes, the patient's behavior poses significant risk both to herself and to others. It's crucial to closely monitor and address her behavior to ensure the safety and well-being of herself and those around her. Professional intervention and support are essential to mitigate the potential harm she may cause. Shinji Watanabe. Severe social anxiety, avoidant personality disorder, stress from social pressures, ongoing. The patient lives in a state of persistent domestic isolation, hikomori, due to inability to withstand pressures from his social and family environment. He develops intense anxiety symptoms linked to goals of status, achievement, and personal success, accompanied by a constant perception of judgmental gazes and a profound sense of inadequacy. These factors have reinforced his complete social withdrawal and a conflicted relationship with his own identity, aggravated by panic episodes and dissociative states in context perceived as evaluative. You've really outdone yourself, stuck in a trap like a rat. Hideo Nakamura. Chronic social isolation, addiction to competitive virtual environments, identity distortion, and aggressive traits. The patient demonstrates a strong dependency on digital and competitive environments with a progressive loss of personal identity outside virtual context. Observed behaviors include hostility and tendency toward aggressive projection, often directed at female figures, accompanied by signs of latent misogyny. Prolonged isolation and reduced social contact have fostered dissociative episodes and a weakening of empathy with a heightened risk of further relational dysfunction. Rob Johnson. Severe somnophobia, extreme suggestion susceptibility. Rob Johnson is diagnosed with severe somnophobia, a debilitating fear of sleep. He also exhibits extreme susceptibility to suggestions and instructions from another patient, Camilla Hunter. Johnson's behavior poses a significant risk to his well-being and potentially to others, as he's unquestioningly follow Camilla's commands. He's a simp! He's a goddamn simp. Did I just unfollow you? Oops, my finger slipped. Nerdy Netty. Mikiko Sugihara. Borderline obsessive disorder, persecutory and possessive behaviors, affective distortions with delusional traits. This patient has manifested a pathological obsession toward an idealized emotional figure, developing persecutory, is that how you say that? Persecutory? Like persecution. Behaviors and a pronounced inability to process rejection. Her clinical profile is characterized by borderline traits with emotional delusional components, leading to threats and episodes of aggression toward third parties perceived as obstacles to her desire. Social isolation and emotional dependency have exacerbated her psychological vulnerability, reinforcing obsessive patterns of conduct. Junko Fujimoto, obsessive compulsive disorder, compensatory emotional dependency, pathological lying tendency. The patient presents marked relational vulnerability with chronic social isolation and difficulties in establishing authentic relationships. She has developed a communicative strategy based on recurrent lies and the construction of an adaptive self aimed at attracting attention and maintaining emotional contact. This condition has led to compulsive relational behaviors and a growing dependency on fictitious interpersonal dynamics. Her clinical balance remains unstable during prolonged solitude, with risk of deterioration in the event of perceived loss of vital emotional bonds. Ah, there's me. Insomnia. Self-acceptance issues, bulimia nervosa, yawn, wake me up when this is over, the indie maniac. Social media dependency. The patient has confronted a challenging constellation of conditions, including a history of severe bullying during her adolescence, resulting in a profound impact on her self-esteem and self-worth. Insomnia has received a diagnosis of bulimia nervosa. She manifests a pronounced dependency on social media platforms where she seeks validation and connection. However, this often leads to heightened feelings of isolation and anxiety. No, it doesn't. What? That's stupid. Leo Wirtz, severe acrophobia. Leo Wirtz has been diagnosed with severe acrophobia, an anxiety disorder characterized by an intense and debilitating fear of heights, the abyss, or elevated places. His condition is of such severity that it profoundly impairs his daily life. Come on, check out the code on your medical record. Oh, sure. His condition is of such severity that it profoundly impairs daily life, rendering him unable to engage in ordinary activities or travel to locations involving heights such as skyscrapers, bridges, or even elevated walkways. What is the code? 317. Something 317. And are you sure you're that different from Camilla? The two of you have at least one thing in common. What could it be? We're both whiny bitches? No. Social media dependency. No, not you. Oh, the 5. I'm guessing it's the 5 at the beginning of her record number. 5317. Lies. Let us suck out the unwanted fat. Get your perfect body with our liposuction. Oh, yeah. Fucking flashlight's taking a shit, of course. Yep, it's dead. Photo of my mother. Are you sure that you're not adopted? What? Naomi Montgomery is really your mother? Wasn't she the one-hit wonder singer in the 90s? She is still hot. Well, fuck. These mannequins are whispering about me. Oh, I saw something. Oh no, just a flash. Just a reflection. Anne's father. Anne, I made my decision. The first one in my life. You've always been controlling me. Father. And absolutely, we could have done so much better. Your mother was about to have a heart attack when she found out that you dropped out of college. What were you thinking? Dad, this is what I want to do. I can do it. And you plan to provide for yourself? How? You plan to become famous? Do you really believe it's that easy? Well, a lot of people have. Lots of people are not you, Anne. If your mother and I hadn't been there to push you, you would have barely made it out of high school with a pass. If you don't push for excellence, Annie, it's better not to play at all. Nice mustache on Dad, though. Unfollowed, because who needs this level of drama? Oh wait, no, this way. Go this way. Breast augmentation. Dream big. Oh, for me? Thank you. They see me rolling. They hating. Can I please open this door? Yep. Still no flashlight. I swear I saw something right behind you. Oh, there we go. Today's treatment. Perform surgery here. Brain, elbow and wrist, head and upper limbs. Oh, is that the actual time? Did it read my computer time? Oh, hi! What? More mannequins? What a cliche. Sound like Twitch chat. Go ahead and get in here. Oh, kitty, let me pet the kitty again. That always gives me a couple of followers. There we go, 3 followers. In 1969, Swiss psychiatrist Elizabeth Kubler-Ross formulated a theory on stages of grieving. Modern psychology added numerous variations with different names, but in essence, the 5 stages of grief represent a very specific path that each person faces after loss. The length of the entire process cannot be defined because it depends on each person's capacity, willingness, and resilience. Moreover, the stages of processing grief are not always so linear and interrelated. What have you got to lose? A double chin.
The pressure to be perfect is killing a hurry. I can see.
Zapper! Oh, I can make her. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh. Ow! Bitch, please. Get out of here. Ken Ryan, the saddest person in the world. Camilla, I don't deserve him. He is cute. Why is the flashlight on this phone red? Oh, hey, guy. Who's my hungry boy? Who's my hungry boy? Oh, he brought me another recipe. What a good boy. Spicy drunken brain. Preheat the oven 180°C. Thoroughly wash the brain. Place the brain, chili peppers, and red wine in the oven. Excited to try this. Yeah, bake the brain until the meat is tender and well cooked. Serve the brain with red wine and hot chili peppers. Enjoy it with its succulent sauce. Adjust the amount of chili peppers to your personal taste. So I need brain, red wine, and chili peppers. Okay. That's a good boy. Who's my little boy? Oh yeah. Who is a sleepy guy? Wait a minute, that shadow looks familiar. What shadow? What shadow? What are we talking about? My wife was looking for new recipes. I'll try chili brain. My chat suggested chili brain. Top-notch wine from Cantina Romanese, right? All right, so this is where I go to cook it. Oh, there's some chilies. Okay. Now I need a brain. Oh, hi-lo! Someone's never heard of it. Oh my god, it's her! It's Aki. Aki, or whatever her name is. She's all rotten. Aki
Try
deadest.
To be different, to be creative, to be yourself. No. Everyone you know is making fun of you. No one cares about you, and no one will if you keep this up. Beauty is the only thing that matters in this world. Why did
She's
you
right.
choose to neglect it with your quarrels?
I'm glad I'm beautiful.
But don't worry. Now it's time. With a little intervention, I'll restore order.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
Oh, Anne, you'll understand how important it is to be obedient. Oh, yes, you will. Beauty is a gift, and obedience is the way to preserve it. No! Your eccentricity has transformed you, but I, with my touch, I'll bestow your beauty.
You want to know how I got these scars? Sounds squelchy.
I have to get out of here.
Unfollowed. Life's too short for this nonsense. Because clearly your mama knows best, right? Thank you, Daz Black. There we go. Turn into butterflies, bitch. Go ahead. Who's next? Who else wants some? I know you do. Okay. Brain. Where am I gonna get a brain? Oh, my laundry's done. That's good. There we go. You touched it with your bare hands. Behold, what folks dub brainwash. Oh my God, brainwashing. Oh, that's a great one. I love it. Well, here's my chance. Get on social media. Take a poop. Now playing Daft Punk Brainwasher. Oh, there's something. What's this? True color. These greedy influencers promote profiting from everything. Meh. Aki's hair always slays. We still have a ton of work left to do. Oh, Dr. Knight. That's the doctor. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, yeah. You be butterflies now. Where's your brain at?
Welcome to The Animal in You, where we try to make sense of your life through valuable lessons from the animal world. Well, you know how things change and evolve. It's their nature. A caterpillar has to become a butterfly at some point. Of course, it might resist the change, but eventually nature wins and the caterpillar evolves into something so graceful and delicate. And then, of course, a caterpillar is all curled up in a cozy cocoon. It's safe. But a butterfly can go anywhere and explore the world. I embraced the change and became a butterfly. I'm not curled up anymore. I can fly anywhere now. You should ask yourself this. Why do you want to leave this place so badly? What's so scary about whatever is there with you?
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
Sorry, I had to. Just seemed like the perfect time. In her shadow. Enough! I'm really quitting this time. That bitch is trending again. In my last video, barely got 30K views. I can't go on like this. It's not fair. I wrote to her to show my support and she didn't even answer. I bet you think she's so important. I was doing so well in the beginning and then what? That bitch stole my followers. My fans have been running after her. God, I hate her. She stole my light. They stole my light and now I'm in the dark. I think I'll soon get lost in the darkness. Fucking Co-Carnage, motherfucker. He's stealing everything I love. I have a career and I have stuff and he just steals all my views by his good vibes and his bullshit. Whoa. I just went. I went somewhere. Yep. Woo! I'm back. I'm back now. What was I saying anything? What did I say? What just happened? Moltar from Space Ghost. Thank you for 16 months. Emberville, buddy. Emberville. Oh, he's hungry, right? Okay. Yeah, I still haven't found a doll or a record. Ah, fuck it. Maybe I'll find one after I feed the monster. Where's my cyberpunk cameo? Oh, I gotta bake it right. Bon appetit. Not impressed. What? 1448 kcal. It's almost like the whole day's basal metabolism. Whatever the fuck that means. Zeke, if you could be Co for one day, what would you do and why would you be live streaming jumping from a building naked? Yeah. If I could be Co for a day and then go back to being me, the last 10 seconds of the 24 hours, I would spend it going to the top of a very tall building and jumping off. What if Co was me that day? I don't know. If we had to switch places, God, what hell? For both of us. What happened? Did he eat it? Oh, he must have. Oh, the way is... Oh, he's gone now. Okay. There's the record. Okay. Yep, still didn't find the doll yet, but whatever. Maybe it's down here, who knows? Family is nothing. It couldn't have gone worse. Mom and Dad haven't spoken to me in a week. I knew that dropping out of college would have made them mad, but this is far worse than I expected. And then Dad said those horrible things, and I haven't been able to focus ever since. Mom has been looking at me with hatred. They're furious. I think they hate me because I'm not the daughter they wanted. I feel so lonely. Well, there's the doll. There we go. Yep, we got it. Mom? Oh. I like that when Mom's chasing me, it's all scissor noises. Stop chasing me? Alright, better turn on the radio. Nope. I guess not. Okay. Butterfly in the sky. I can get twice as high. Take a toke, you stupid joke. Smoking rainbow. Oh, there it is, right there.
Damn it, I told you not to move! Is it possible that even something as simple as this doesn't get through that stupid little head of yours?
Uh-oh. Okay.
I'm doing this for your own good. You'll see, everything will be fine when we're done. I have to eliminate the problem. I have to eliminate you, stupid whale.
Oh, okay.
Ridiculous! Your attempts are futile!
There's actually something I wanted to bring up about the God of War trailer that was bothering me before. The gelatinous cube that someone found on a Reddit post or excuse me, an article was written in a gaming magazine, online magazine, that kind of maybe explains the cube, sort of. Yeah, Frank. That was the only thing that really weirded me out, was like, why is there a D&D monster in this fucking game? It doesn't make any sense to me. Is it a god? I'll read the article to you guys. Where the fuck? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Don't make me do this bullshit over again.
I have to eliminate the problem.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I have to eliminate you, stupid whale. Ridiculous! Your attempts are futile!
What the fuck? Third time's the charm? Okay.
Anne, wait. Be reasonable. I'm your mother. I'm doing all of this because I love you. You can't really think of leaving me like this. Come on, Anne. Let's try to start over.
And you're such a drama queen. All right. New poll for you guys. Choose. Forgive. Revenge. All right. There you go. It's up in the chat now. I will leave it up to you to decide. What is it? Forgive or revenge? We know where this is going, do we? Do we? Maybe you'll forgive. Hey, maybe you'll forgive. Who knows? I bet there's a few people that want to forgive. We're all too bitter. Maybe we'll all have grandkids by the time you make the decision. I love that they're talking shit to me. That's great. All right, I got a life to get back to. Goodbye. Why am I still following this? That's a good question. And the answer is revenge. 60% of you say revenge.
Cursed, ungrateful brat! You'll pay for this! I swear you'll pay!
Yeah, I gained 100,000 followers for this. Oh, good boy. Who's a hungry boy? Oh, yeah, you hungry for mom meat? Mmm. That mom goes down easy. Nom 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 nom. Oh, I turned off the comments.
Your true essence. Pain dissolves, making way for healing.
Okay. Oh, get some followers, pet a cat. Get a couple every time. There you go. And he's gone. That one's still there. Oh, maybe I need to turn on the TV. They're here. Oh, fuck, I'm in the back rooms now. God damn it. Yep, that is the time here is my time. It's 2:24 where I'm at. Hold on. That head bob is vicious, man. I hate it. Tiptoeing in the water. It looks like it, doesn't it, Smurfo? Tiptoe through the back rooms.
Your journey of rebirth. But come.
I remember weird bathhouse water slide games he played. I don't remember his name. I played it. There's a few of those, Lord Lunga, if you can believe it. It's one of the popular tropes of the backrooms liminal space kind of thing is a pool. So like I probably played a dozen of them with like looks just like this. So it'd be hard to tell you which one. But there's one just called Pools, I think. That was some who's at the door shit. Whatever that game was. That game was fun. I enjoyed that one a lot. Yes, I watched the Exit 8 movie just recently. It's pretty damn good. Yep, burn my bullies. My mom is eating. Now it's Dad's turn, I think. Hi! Yo, Dal Thorson with the big 72, getting close to 6 years there, brother. What up, F-Thread? Yeah, time flies, man. Okay. I missed one, didn't I? Maybe. Your favorite doctor.
Welcome to The Animal in You, where we try to make sense of your life through valuable lessons from the animal world. Today's question is, are you the saddest animal on Earth? Well, the answer is yes. Yes. You're Arthur. Who's Arthur? Arthur was a polar bear who lived in a zoo in Argentina for over 20 years. His cage, his cell, was just a few square meters, mostly concrete, with only a shallow pool. The heat was extreme in Argentina, and the temperature would often reach 40 degrees. Arthur's partner unfortunately died, and Arthur became more and more gloomy until he passed away too.
Jesus Christ!
After years of suffering and mourning, they called him the saddest animal in the world. But let me tell you something. What could the zookeepers have done for him? Should they have moved him to another zoo? A more friendly place where it was not so hot all the time?
For starters.
Who knows? But do you have a place you can call home? Whenever you're lonely, sad, or desperate, do you have somewhere or someone to turn to feel safe? And how can you reach your destination?
That was the saddest animal I've ever heard of. It's terrible. God, how about we don't do polar bears in Argentina anymore, ever? There's the last one.
Making way for serenity. Begin.
Okay. Techniques with the 7 months. Thank you, Techniques. Thank you for checking your Prime sub and using it on me. I do appreciate that. If it makes you feel better, that polar bear was a World War II war criminal who fled to Argentina to avoid the Nuremberg trials. You know what? It does make me feel better. Fuck that bear then. Titties. Okay. Shit. Two.
You think you're so much better than me, don't you? I thought you were different. You're the same as anybody else. Selfish, phony, and
Oh,
shallow.
I've got a knife now. There you go, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, take it, bitch. Yeah, fuck you.
You have no idea what I had to go through to get where I was at.
Mom, we're just gonna go outside and play hide and stab. I found you.
It's all so easy for you, isn't it? Who stabs who? Who made you? Oh, meanwhile, in another game.
What do you think?
Wow. Well, it's a really big step.
I know, but that house is a big deal. Rent is low, and it's in a great location. I can commute to university and work in no time at all. And it would be convenient for you too. For us. Come on, wouldn't it be nice to live together?
Only if you cook. You know that I can't cook.
Should I take it as a yes?
Take it as an I'm seriously thinking about it, but first I have to talk to my parents about it.
This is some Twin Peaks ass music right here. Happy birthday! Oh, he's going up. Oh no. That old man finally did it. Oh my God, we're in the Truman Show. There was a fish in the percolator. My favorite Backrooms game that gave me the willies like more than any other is it's something Backrooms 1997 or something like that. It has a year in the title for some reason. It was really creepy. $1998, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, Backrooms 1998 found footage survival horror game. I think that was it. Yeah. Yeah, that one creeped me out. Had a lot of good scares in it, man. No, we're not talking about backdoor sluts. No. Back rooms. Different thing. Watching the end of your Batman VOD when the credits were rolling, your cam was smooth, but the text scrolling had a really bad judder. Not sure if that was game specifically or capture card? I don't know.
Are you sure you feel like being alone tonight?
Yeah, Josh, don't worry. The funeral was intense. I need to be alone for a while.
I can crush on the couch if you want.
That thing is as soft as a rock. You know that. Don't worry. Go home. I'll see you tomorrow.
Just call me if you need anything, okay?
Just happy to be here. I laugh so much with all the jokes from everyone, Z Club.
Thank you, Geltz. I'm glad you're here too. Laughter is the best medicine. Excuse me.
I thought we were going to hang out today, not fight, Anne.
I don't want to fight.
Then let's not bring it up.
Yeah, right. I know. It's just that after my grandma's death, everything is so difficult.
I know. Come here. Sorry. You know I'm always there for you, don't you?
Whoa, shit! I'm getting off of this fucking thing. Oh, should I have not done that? Oh, no, we're good. That's what I was supposed to do. 1.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick!
Friends to know.
My
Oh no, the balloons with legs? Oh, don't get near those. Got it. Okay. And they slow me down. God damn it! God damn it! Oh God. Keep going, keep going. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. You're almost there.
I told you, I'm sorry. Really. I didn't mean to. I was recording and I lost track of time.
You're always sorry, Anne. You've been sorry for too long. That's more than what you do online. Me and Grace, we're real people in real life, but you don't even seem to care.
Josh, you know that you guys are important to me. I haven't forgotten about you, it's just that...
Too bad, you already have. First, at Grace's birthday party, you didn't come and ignored our calls all night. And today you're
tearing me apart, Anne!
On our anniversary, I waited 2 hours for you at the restaurant before coming here to find you in front of the live PC. It's been 3 weeks and you still haven't decided if you want to move in with me. You're unbelievable.
No, I mean, yes. Let's go. Let's do it.
And really, the house that I saw isn't available anymore. Another couple took it.
What? No, I didn't know that.
I told you yesterday, but obviously you didn't listen. You don't listen to anyone anymore except yourself. What's the point of renting a house if you're not there?
Drama. All my homies hate Josh. Man, fuck Josh. Josh sucks. He's such a downer. He doesn't understand the need for followers. And validation. Self-worth. He doesn't understand that streamers don't get PTO.
You can't be serious.
I'm sorry, Anne, but it's over.
Don't call me Shirley.
Like this.
Me leaving you? And we've been practically strangers for months. We don't talk anymore. You hardly ever talk to me. And when you do, you just complain about your career or trash talk that girl. I tried to be close. I really did. I know how your mother treats you, so I thought it was just a phase. But you have become just like her. You don't take advice from anyone, and you only know how to criticize. Enough, really, Anne.
I can't do it by myself, Josh.
You're the one who wanted to be alone.
One of them seemed to have memorized their lines, and the other one is Josh.
All right, go. This won't stop me.
$400,000 more followers. My life has meaning. I matter. Give me the lighter. Okay. So I missed 2 dolls along the way, but I can still get all the symbols and all the records. I am in a butthole. I am going through the sphincter.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I can't hear you. I got bad reception in the butthole.
okay.
Could you wait till I get out of the butthole and I'll call you back?
I guess.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me.
I'm just as confused as you are.
I was a fan. I only wanted to be you.
Me? Why?
You don't remember? Your life was perfect. I wasn't myself.
My life is perfect. Okay. Do you really think that?
I used to watch your videos and...
Look, no one's life is perfect. Everyone has their own struggles, but people just don't like to show the negative things that they're going through. But at the end of the day, no one's life is perfect. Not mine, and neither is yours, Anne.
You remember me?
How could I forget? Tell me, what was the price you paid to be perfect? And why did you do it to me?
I just wanted your life.
I don't want your life. Varsity Blues. I've come in contact with the cheeks. I am almost making my exit, but the cheeks are clamped tight. What to do? What do I do? Please advise. Never mind, I found an alternate route. Wait, or did I? There we go.
Overcome your limits and find peace of mind.
Is this where babies come from? Oh. I thought it was like a horn. Oh, kitty. Let me get some followers by petting this kitty. Oh, it's a good kitty. The horn sounds. The colon calls for aid. Burn it! Burn it! There we go. You get a pass, I guess. Oh shit, my lighter is soaked. Oh, never mind, it's fine. Damn it. I think this is the right way. Stand up. Stop doing that.
Human beings, the byproduct of evolution, the only species who willingly resist change. Unlike caterpillars, humans never had the courage to evolve. They challenged nature and forced themselves to suppress instinct. They're inner animals, to create order, to make sense of the unexplainable perils of nature, to feel safer. Humans are scared and they call this fear evolution. That's not it. They live by their own self-imposed rules at the expense of freedom and happiness. And worst of all, they reject their nature. But tell me, what happens if you leave a predator in a cage for too long? If you torment it, and then one day the beast breaks the cage?
Well, I think you just answered your own question. This chick is dissing my species. Get her! A skull? Really? That's scary? After all we've been through, a skull?
Welcome to the new era of well-being.
Eek, a skull! Yeah, free skull. Also, what have you been eating? Oh, Mom and the bully, or the bullies are back. It's all the bullies. They got digested. Oh my God, they can duck. They learned how to crouch, guys. Oh, from the beginning again? God damn it. Don't make me sit through that every time. Come on, man. Don't make me sit through this every time. Run, bitch. Time to lose a few pounds. The fuck do they expect me to do? I can't run very fast. Doesn't seem like there's another path. Oh, this is stupid, guys. Come on, an otherwise weird and you know, engaging game has been made fucking dumb by this stupid goddamn sequence we gotta sit through every time. What am I missing? Any ideas? Okay, I guess I made it through that time with enough time. That was weird. Oh, I'm gonna get pooped out. No. Nope, just another part of the intestine. The end. Just making sure I didn't miss anything in the, I don't know, stomach. Yeah, it's got to be rank in here. Let me tickle your gank Nick Flame Gia, whatever. Yeah, just be thankful last night wasn't curry night. Nope. I made it! I think. Well, they got me. Well, there was the yellow. I saw a yellow disc there. That was nice. Okay.
With Elysium Technologies.
How we do? Missing a record, but we got all the discs. All the yellow spots. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Open up the colon! Yeah, guys, remember, if you like what you see and you want some more colon, deep in the colon videos, Don't forget to like and subscribe. Well, I don't know what I just was looking at there. No, no, no! Oh, shit. I'm literally slipping on a piece of dookie. Oh, okay. I just gotta move forward and I'll auto climb up this thing. Oh, I'm in the mouth! Nom nom! No nom nom, friend. Oh, my turn. You're a good boy. You're a hungry boy. Yeah, the thing ate my mom, the burned bullies, like, everything. This chick was being bullied? Man. Unfollow! Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to put this in your mouth. No, don't do that. Don't unfollow. Right, fatty? Sting? Wrong button. 1 million followers. We did it. All we had to do was die.
I know it hurts to be someone like you who has never known love or affection.
Okay.
To come back to an empty house and no one misses you. You could catch a cold if you keep living inside.
No, I guess there's different endings. I thought I saw some in the comments that there's different endings. Yeah, if you forgive your bullies and you forgive your mom, maybe that's what gives you the ending. Or if you collect all of the items. Pretty good timing for the game too. We got about 45 minutes left until the first showcase of the day. And then we're gonna take a quick break while I go pee as soon as the credits are done, and call my mom. And then we'll go right into the next showcase. Latin American Games Showcase. I'm tired of showcases, Grandpa. Too damn bad. Back in my day, we had a thing called E3, and it was a whole week of showcases, and you couldn't get away from them.
No. 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 This can't be happening. It was over. It was supposed to be over. Why do I feel so trapped? This is a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare. I can't do this all over again. Not again. Help me. Please. Someone. Help me.
No. Oh, so you got... Hold on. How long is that? Fucking 2 hours?
No.
Dude.
No.
Fuck. Oh, you're at the end. Oh, this is a whole playthrough thing. Oh, you skipped to the end where the endings are. Oh, okay, cool. All right. So we've got like 6 minutes. Okay, that's fine.
No. This can't be happening.
Actually, you know what? Let me... I do have BRBs for this. So let me put up the BRBs. Yeah, I do. Okay. So I'm going to go pee real quick. We'll watch the endings, then we'll call my mom. Stick around. Okie dokie. Let's check out these endings and then we'll call my mama. All right. I think this is the ending we got, was
over.
The loop ending,
it was supposed
right?
to be over. Why do I feel so
whatever that means.
Trapped. This is a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare. I can't do this all over again. Not again. Help me. Please. Someone. Help me.
This is the good ending. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Rio. Where she hits the unfollow. Because she's forgiven people. Oh, I pee quick, Happy Chappy. Oh, who's there with her? Oh, same guy.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I feel like I never got to know you, or thank you. Are you mad at me? No. We need to find a way to make it work. Together. We must get together as one. Again. It's going to be weird. I don't know who you are. I never listened.
Okay. Neither do we.
Are you ready?
Yes. I'm ready.
Bloop. Hit the button. There you go. Okay.
Lay in bed used to feel much
Oh, there's a Josh ending, huh? Okay.
when you were by my side to warm me up. All my days are going by, I noticed. Now that I can share with you what's going on.
Okay. Oh, and the secret ending. I'm guessing you get from collecting
Hello,
everything.
everyone.
Perhaps?
Welcome back to my channel. Tonight, we have a particularly violent story to share as I get ready for the night. Our story begins in a quiet town where nothing is as it seems. Just like us, right? Behind every smile, a secret hides. And behind every secret, a chilling tale of violence. The protagonist of our story is a girl everyone thought they knew, but they were wrong. And tonight, as I transform, I'll reveal everything about her and the brutal act that shocked her community. And remember, the true horror lies behind the mask we wear every day, and the real violence is what lurks unseen, waiting to be revealed. Hello, everyone. Today's the day. Let's see how much of this I can eat before the timer hits 0.
No, no, God,
as easy as it
please.
looks.
The
But
slurping
I can't
sounds. God
Stop
damn.
now. I did it. For you guys.
What the fuck, dude?
Welcome to
Secret
Elysium Technology.
Elysium ending.
With
Wow,
Neurosim,
this had way
you
more
can
endings
turn
than I
your dreams
expected.
into reality. Leave the shadows behind and embrace the light. Each step brings you closer to your inner truth. Authentic freedom awaits you beyond your fears. With Neurosim, discover your true essence. Pain dissolves, making way for serenity. Begin your journey of rebirth. Overcome your limits and find peace of mind. Welcome to the new era of well-being with Elysium Technologies.
Thanks, Dick. Wow. Okay. So there's a bunch of endings. I guess. And we got probably the most common one, I'd imagine. Oh, no. I was just kidding. I was just joking. All right. Time for the mom call. Anyone want to call my mom? I do. I love calling my mom. See what she's doing, and then we'll watch the new showcases. Speaking of, if someone can give me a link to whichever one's first, I think the Latin America. Yeah, Latin American Games is first. If you want to give me a link to that, that'd be awesome. I would appreciate it. Oh, fix my green screen. Right. There we go. Oop, not yet. Not quite. There we go. We good now. Okay. Microphone. Turn down the threshold. There we go. Okay. Let's see what Mom is up to. There we go. Thank you, Khalid. Is it only on YouTube?
Exclusive.
Hi, you have reached Lori. I am not able to come to the phone right now. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you.
Mom, what the fuck? What the fuck, Mom? I call you every Thursday. Every single Thursday. You know this. You should be waiting by the phone. What are you doing? Give me a call back. God damn it. No, weird. Like, she almost never doesn't answer. Maybe she was pooping. She could be pooping for sure. That is something, that is something she likes to do, is poop, for sure. Loves to poop. So, I guess we'll find out if she calls me back. I will have it right there, ready and waiting to go. One of those links was not the correct link. There we go. That's the right one. There, the Summer Games Fest one. And there's no music playing. There's music on the other one. Well, God damn it. We have 24 minutes. Now what am I going to do? I had all kinds of questions ready to go. Let's talk shit. Fuck Hovuck JP. I want mom commentary. Yeah, no. In the time it took her to figure out how to get her computer to work and get to YouTube, like, the fucking showcases would be over. You need a little bit of yeehaw? A little bit of yeehaw for you? All right, here we go. Yeah! There you go. You're welcome. Oh, yeah, the God of War thing. The God of War thing, right. I forgot. I had an article pulled up for that. This is from GameSpot. GameSpot.com. And a guy tries to figure out what's his name. Chetty Faulkner. Guy or a gal tries to figure it out. What the fucking cube was. The goddamn gelatinous cube. I don't know. I have still a mom up. And this is what they had to say about about Frank. At Sony's State of Play live stream, the finale revealed God of War Luffy A new title in the franchise that sees Faye, Kratos' wife, and Atreus' mother become the
ATP dance Koziki.
Thank you, Papalico. Become the protagonist. Alongside Faye, we met her talking ribbon companion Rue in a gelatinous cube named Frank. As could be expected, everyone is obsessed with Frank, myself included, but what or who is he? Sony's official description of him is a curious cosmic cube with an earnest disposition, adding that he will do whatever it takes to protect his friends and the creatures of every when. Besides being voiced by the boys Jack Quaid, who even provided the motion capture performances as seen in some pretty funny behind-the-scenes content, nothing has been explicitly said about Frank's background or where he fits in the mythology of the God of War Luffy. Laufey. Or Laufey. I'm not even sure how the fuck to say it. I can't remember. So obviously my ADHD need for information kicked in and I went burrowing down some rabbit holes. Since Faye finds herself in the Everywhen, the afterlife of the gods, it narrowed my suspicions to a few threads before I finally settled on one theory with a helping hand from a Reddit post. Frank represents Metatron's cube. And when she said that, I was like, I know Metatron from mostly from Dogma, but that's the voice of God, right? The angel who speaks with the voice of God or the messenger of God. Metatron's cube has several origins. Metatron is an angel who appeared in Jewish texts and most prominently in the Kabbalistic tradition. In Jewish Apocrypha and Kabbalah texts, Metatron is considered the most powerful of the angels responsible for watching over the flow of energy in creation. Formerly known as the prophet Enoch, he is widely regarded to have elevated from human to angelic deity and the only angel to have formerly been a human. He's also the only angel to have a geometric shape associated with him, said to be formed from his own soul, Metatron's cube. Metatron's cube is a symbol that isn't mentioned in traditional Jewish texts, but it has been adopted in various mystical and esoteric traditions. In sacred geometry, it is believed that Metatron's cube represents the interconnectedness of everything and reinforces the belief that everything in the universe is part of the divine plan. More relevant to God of War Laufey, though, it is its occasional use as a symbol of protection, balance, and harmony. In the gameplay reveal, Frank helped Faye to gain strength before blowing up a barrel to forge a path forward. This is a clear reference to the belief that Metatron's cube connects to a divine power. It is also believed to be a shield against bad energy, cleansing old burdens and helping future transformations to materialize. Metatron's cube has the ability to attract positive forces and dispel negative energy, valuable qualities to aid Faye's journey through the Everywhen. Metatron's cube contains every shape that exists in the universe, and those shapes are the building blocks of all physical matter. The philosopher Plato linked them to the spirit world of heaven, and they appear throughout creation in everything from flowers to snowflakes, crystals, and human DNA. Thanks to the reveal trailer for God of War Laufey, we know that Faye has already had run-ins with deadly flowers. The possibilities for other mutated creations she will encounter are near endless. Of course, these are all just my theories. The wonderful thing about being introduced to characters with no explicit lore is that they're open for interpretation. No, I hate that! Some fans have the idea that Frank is a combination of the ideas of the Demiurge, an architect that built a prison to trap divine souls, and the Black Cube of Saturn. Others theorize that he's a distinctly modern mythical creature or a fairy. Whatever Santa Monica Studios' intentions behind Frank's background are, we're sure to learn more when God of War Laufey releases on PlayStation 5, whenever that may be. I hate it, dude. I mean, that is the best explanation I've gotten so far. But it still sucks that, like, everybody's just is just all right with the idea that it comes from D&D. I'm like, how can you be all right with that? How can that be okay with you? Every other thing has come from mythology. Like pantheons of gods from other, like, mostly Norse, but like other religions and shit like that. How can you be okay, like, oh, just put a D&D character in there? Like, fuck that. It better have a backstory, and it better have some mythology that I can fucking point to outside of God of War. That's all I gotta say. That's the only thing that really bothered me about that fucking trailer. D&D is as valid as any other mythology. D&D's not a mythology! It's a fucking pencil and paper game! It's not a fucking mythology. Oh, shut up, Recost. I get that you're trying to play devil's advocate, but you're playing it too hard. Okay? That doesn't make sense. The Church of D&D would disagree. I love D&D, goddammit. Yeah, gelatinous cubes, like, hold on, let me look up gelatinous cube. Gelatinous cube, there we go. There we go, D&D 5th edition. It has 1 int. Yeah, so 1 int means that it cannot, like, it has less than animal intelligence of some animals. But it's like, it's not sentient. It can't form speech or words or anything like that. It doesn't have, like, that kind of ability. Whereas Frank does. That's the other thing about D&D, about a gelatinous cube. It would not be Frank because it wouldn't have a conscience. Zeke's the only person I've seen make D&D connection. Fuck you, dude. That's what everybody said when you weren't watching it with us then, Celtic Knight. Because a dozen fucking people, like, as soon as it showed on the screen, they were like, oh, it's a gelatinous cube. I thought that immediately. My first thought, especially with the sword sticking in it, I'm like, that's a fucking gelatinous cube. Because most gelatinous cube, like, pictures or drawings, they have, like, armor and skeletons inside of them. Hold on 1 second. Hello?
That was a nice message.
Did you like that, Mom?
I was on the phone with Luann.
Oh, you were on the phone. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm always laying by my phone.
Okay, don't fucking worry me like that. Because if I thought you were like, you tried to get to the phone and you fell down, you broke your hip and you couldn't get to the phone.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, I don't know if you remember, we asked you last week to do an impression of Batman.
Yeah.
You did it so well that Scott made a soundbite out of you.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah, put you right in the movie.
Oh, hilarious.
It was great. It was great.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So, what's going on, Mom? How's Lou doing? Oh, 1 second.
She's doing good. I'm Batman.
There it is. Someone paid for the alert to go off.
Oh.
But it's Michael Keaton and this bad guy, and the guy goes, "What are you?" And it's you going, "I'm Batman." It's fucking awesome. It's the best. It's really great.
Hilarious.
All right. Well, Mom, I hate to say this, but I got about 14 minutes, so we gotta speed this call along a little bit.
That's fine with me.
Because
whatever.
I'm doing we're watching games showcases. It's showcase season for all the games reveals and stuff. So
Okay.
So I'm just gonna rapid fire some questions at you if you're ready.
You bet.
Unless of course you had like some super weird, awesome news to share with me.
No, of course not.
No, okay. Okay, good. I didn't think so. All right. Do you think you'd be able to survive in a haunted house?
No.
No?
No way.
You'd be too scared of ghosts?
Oh, absolutely not ghosts. I'd be afraid of spiders and I guess ghosts also. Forms of a ghost.
Right. Because I guess like
evil people.
I guess all haunted houses have spiders in them, of course.
Yes.
Of course they do. Well, I mean,
evil people.
Well, a haunted house doesn't necessarily have to be like old and run down. I mean, you could have a new house that just somebody died and is haunting it, I guess. But
yeah,
you know,
could, I suppose.
Yeah. But I guess, like, what would you be scared of in a haunted house? Oh, spiders. That's the first thing I think of too. I get it. I get it. I get it, Mom. Okay. I'd be able to survive in a haunted house, I think.
I don't know how you do it with the baby spiders there.
Well, they don't get out of their cages, really.
Well, you never know.
That's true. That one did get out once. One time did a spider find its way out of their little enclosure there.
Yeah, you just never know.
Yeah. Scared the bejesus out of the maid. We had or not a maid, but the, I'm selling that other house that I was living in, and we got it cleaned, and Katie forgot two of they're called molts, but you know how like snakes shed their skin?
Yes.
Spiders do too.
Oh, okay.
And the funny thing is, when a spider molts and sheds its skin, like it looks like a fully like real spider.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, because it's just the skin, but it's the outer skin, so it looks like the spider itself. So we had a jar with one of them in there, and the fucking people were cleaning were like, I got a call or a text from my realtor saying like, hey, did you leave a big old spider in the house? I'm like, I don't think so. And she showed me a picture. I'm like, that's the skin. Don't worry about it. It's not going to do anything. It's dead. But they were freaked the fuck out.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Let's see. Don't keep asking questions, Pete. I told you we had to go soon. You know what, Pete? Fuck your questions. I'll ask her next week. Are there any places in life that creep you out?
Haunted houses.
Of course they do.
There's not really any other places that do.
No.
Roller coaster, like a roller coaster ride or something, or those double.
But what about
Ferris wheels? I hated those.
What about like graveyards? Do graveyards creep you out?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
No, well, because there's dead people under the ground. Like, it's crazy.
I know, but
you're just walking all over them. Well, I don't know.
They're not come alive, though.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Exactly.
What smells better? Fresh cut grass or freshly baked bread?
Oh, freshly baked bread.
Yeah, it's not even close for me, dude.
By far.
Fresh cut grass makes me think of work. Makes me think of like, oh, gotta mow my lawn. Fuck that. I'll take bread every day.
Yeah. Oh God. Fresh. Oh, I would love to have some of that.
Yep. If you were going to write a book, what genre would your book be?
It'd be a rom-com.
You'd have a romantic comedy as a book?
Yep.
Okay. Not sure how that, like, I don't know.
That's my favorite thing.
Yeah. Yeah, weird. Okay. I'm trying to think of if I know of any rom-com books.
I don't either. I don't know about books.
Can you say what genre I'd write a book in?
God, I don't know. Probably murder mysteries or
okay.
something like that.
That's a good, that'd be my like second or third choice, but my first choice would definitely be like smut. I would definitely write some smut.
Oh, would you?
Oh yeah, totally. Talk about heaving bosoms and big veiny, that kind of stuff.
Oh, I should have known.
You should have known. That should have been your guess.
I know it.
How many pairs of shoes do you own? What the fuck kind of a question is that, Pete? What are you fucking pervert? What is wrong with you? Anyways, how many shoes do you own, Mom? How many pairs?
Probably 20.
20? Jesus.
And I don't wear 15 of them.
True. Yeah. I have 4. I think I have 4.
Upstairs. They're all stuck in a drawer upstairs in my closet.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's in there anymore.
You haven't looked in there in a while?
No, and I wear maybe 5 pair.
Well, I wouldn't look in there now. There are probably spiders living in there.
Probably.
God damn it. Very funny, Scott. Scott wants to know if you'll sell those shoes.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay, we'll talk, Scott. We'll see if we can get you a pair of my mom's shoes for money, you fucking weirdo.
Exactly.
All right. If you had to be a vegetable, which vegetable would you be?
Tomato.
Okay, why a tomato?
I don't know because I love tomatoes.
Okay. Because you'd be loved. Would you like? Because tomatoes often like they get sliced up and put in salad and on burgers and stuff. Is that what you want?
Right, and I love them like that.
Did you know that a tomato is actually not a vegetable?
Well, I know there's a debate that it's fruit or vegetable. I
Really,
understand.
not a debate. Tomatoes are fruits, but
Well, they are.
yeah, they're definitely fruits. But
I thought it was a debate.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Yeah, but I still count them as vegetables because there's no sweetness to them. Most fruits that I know have a little bit of sweetness to them. I guess tomatoes do have a sweetness, but it's way deep down.
Right. Right.
Yeah. If I was a vegetable, which one would I be, Mom?
Probably a cucumber.
That was too fast to not have been prepared. Why a cucumber?
Because that's all you ever think about.
Is cucumbers?
Well, stuff like that.
Are you making a penis joke, Mother?
Yes, I am.
Oh my God, I am appalled at you. I am appalled. How dare you make a penis joke on my stream? This is a family-friendly stream, Mom. Fuck.
Right, I know. Fuck.
God damn. If you could own a pub or a bar, what would you name it?
Lori's Place.
I knew you were going to say that. If you would have asked me, I would have wrote down Lori's Place. That's exactly word for word what I would have said.
Really?
Yeah. Either that or Hookers and Blow.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. All right, now you got to come up with one for me. What would my bar be called?
What you just said.
Hookers and Blow.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I couldn't name it that because I couldn't have either. They're both illegal as far as I know.
Yeah.
But what would I call it besides that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Zach's Game Room.
Ooh, Zach's Game Room.
Yeah.
I don't mind that. Yeah, have some arcade machines in there, serve some hard liquor. It'd be great.
With alcohol, yeah.
Yeah. And the Hookers and Blow would be out back, and we wouldn't tell the cops.
That's right.
Have you ever tried cocaine? Mom?
Yeah.
Have you ever tried cocaine?
Yes.
You have? Did you like it?
Of course. Yes. When I was
not what I expected.
When I was young. When I was really young.
Of course. Why did you say of course?
Because it was good. It made you feel good. Like the world was a happy place.
That's true. Yeah, I guess.
I was a depressed person.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
that's fair.
That made me happy about everything.
That's cocaine is a hell of a drug, man.
Plus, it helps you lose weight.
That is also true. It can.
Yes.
For sure.
I know.
Okay, last question. It's a weird one. How much mayo do you put on a BLT?
Oh, I'd put a ton on there.
Me too, Mom. I'm a mayo freak. I love mayo. I'm a big fan of mayo.
I do too.
I love
It's gotta
condiments.
be nice and thick.
Yeah, I know. Ugh.
Yes.
We're gross. We're gross people.
Are we?
Yeah, apparently to most people. I love mayo and I love ketchup and I love like Miracle Whip, ranch dressing. Like I'm a condiments person.
Right.
I love condiments.
Oh, me too.
Big fan.
Me too.
Yep.
All those.
What brand of mayo do you use?
We have, I don't know what kind of mayo. We have Miracle Whip, but that's
That's not mayo though.
no, I know it isn't. But I don't. We do have mayo, but I don't know what the brand is.
Hellman's?
Probably.
Yeah. Hellman's is the one we usually get to. It's just the one that's always there. Or the store brand mayo, whatever like best choice mayo from Walmart or whatever the fuck.
Right, they all taste the same.
Yeah, that's one of those things where I'm like, I don't care. They taste the same to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Mom, that's all I got. I'm gonna start this little showcase here. So.
Okay.
You should tell John to watch. It's about Latin American games. He'd like it. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
Mexico is considered Latin America still, right?
Sure.
All right, Mom. I will talk to you later. I love you.
I love you too, sweetheart. Bye, Zirconia.
Bye, Zirconia. Everybody say bye to my mama. Bye, Mama.
I love you, babe.
Love you too, Mom.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. No, I wish I would have wrote that down because I would have been like, she's going to say Lori's place because she's basic. She's a basic bitch. For sure. All righty. Looks like we got 60 seconds left before the Latin American Game Showcase pops in. So let's turn it on and see if it's ready. Not yet. Not quite yet. Close though. I'm playing this music, by the way. Is this the one we want, or is it the Game Awards that we want? Because it's a part of the Game Awards, right? Yeah, Lags, Latin American Game Showcase. Probably Twitch since the video, so YouTube will be behind. Yeah. Oh, maybe to be on Lag Showcase? Yeah, Latin American Game Showcase. So one of these will pop up soon. Hopefully. What do we got up tomorrow? It's a full day tomorrow, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not a full day. Okay. Accessibility Summer Showcase, which I will not be watching. It's too early for me. I will not be watching that one, but we'll definitely be doing Summer Game Fest and Day of the Devs at this exact same time tomorrow. I didn't see anything about Devolver. Have I tried the new 007 game? No, I have not yet. I will. It's on, I got it. I own it, so I will be playing it at some point. There we go. We are live. We're live here. Ah, fuck it. We can just watch it on YouTube. It's fine. Oh, I should put myself under special events, damn it. Or Summer Game Fest. There we go. There we go. Okay. We're now in the proper category. Oh yeah, these are fucking 5 minutes until showtime. However, we should watch this. We should watch the, Oh, same thing. Same thing. Okay, never mind. So let's watch the Twitch one because it's, I think we might get drops from this. I'm not sure, though. I know we'll get him from the Summer Games Fest. The actual one. But I'm not sure if we'll get one from the Latin American Game Showcase, or the women-led one. Oh, there's a Devolver tweet from 3 hours ago. This year's Devolver Direct will be later in the year. Got to get a few new games cooked a bit longer. Please enjoy the 2,000 other game showcase this month. Okay, so later in the year. There you go. Yeah, I'm on the Game Awards. That's where I'm at. Yeah, the Warframe drop will be tomorrow during SGF. Yep. All right, I'm gonna go grab a Coca-Cola and maybe get some water, and I'll be right back. Remember when Zeke's mom said she loved cocaine? That was fucking hilarious. Mom, have you ever tried cocaine? Oh, of course. What the fuck? Of course? That's a Schedule 1 drug right there. Fuck you mean of course? See, Zeke's mom has lived. She has indeed. It's number 1 on my schedule too. Have I? Oh yeah. No, I echo everything she was saying. Cocaine is great. But cocaine is a very addictive drug, so be careful. That's all I gotta say. Be careful. Audio is weird. You might just need to refresh the stream.
Hola, and welcome to the Latin America Games Showcase. I'm Clara Kovacic. I'm the lead actress of Tenebrisomnia, this retro survival horror with live-action cutscenes from Buenos Aires, Argentina. On behalf of myself, Andres Borghi,
Dude, that game looks
Sabiot
so good. I'm
Studios, and New Blood
so ready for
Interactive,
that.
we can wait to release this game this year. And we hope you enjoyed today this new look at the game and all the other games that are going to be here. So, que tengan un buen día.
I wonder if it's originally in know if the actors in the game actually talk, but I'm wondering if it's in Spanish, I'm guessing. And that is a dildo. He's holding up a big old dildo. Everyone saw it. You saw it. I saw it. Argentinian team, so Spanish? Yeah, okay.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a Latin American Game Showcase Summer Game Pass Edition. I'm Steffi Varela and today we're coming to you from the beautiful beaches of Colón in Panama. Today's showcase features over 80 games from across Latin
80?
America,
Jeez,
including
okay.
world premieres, release date announcements, and major updates from some of the region's most exciting titles. Huge thanks to all of our presenting sponsors, Raw Fury, Two Wedges, Annapurna Interactive, New Blood
I like
Interactive,
the Annapurna.
Halberd
I
Studios,
love the way she
ID at
says that.
Xbox, Goldpack Goblins, and to all of our partners for helping make this showcase possible. Throughout the show, you
Also, if you're going to York, do it respectfully. Respectfully.
You'll be able to find it all on our official Steam event
Okay.
running all week long. But you're here for the games, so let's get started. Brazil is without a doubt one of the biggest forces in Latin American game development. But what's truly exciting is seeing more countries from across the region step into the global stage every year. So let's take a look at how we're growing together, starting with the world premiere from Colombia.
Estreno Mundial. Dude, any video games have been heavily inspired by Asian gaming because they did it first and did it best. The darkest Ferngen? I don't know. Furriest dungeon? Olivia? Oh my god, of course. Skills and raids. That's straightforward. That's the name of it. Skills and raids. like the chiptunes. World premiere. Oh, it's like a little Undertale battle with the fucking the fucking truth graph. I can't remember the name. God damn it, I lost it. Polygraph. Took me a minute. I got there. You know, the truth scribble machine. That one. You know that one. Can you alt-tab and let the stream play in the background? I mean, are you asking permission or asking if you can physically do that? Because either one, I don't know. I would assume so, and other, yeah, sure. If you want my permission, go right ahead. Oh yeah, if you're just here for the drops, if there is any, go right ahead. Yeah, game the system. Do what you got to do. I'm not sure if there are any today, but I guess someone will know. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Warframe ones were today or just for SGF tomorrow, but if there are, hey, go get them. If anyone gets a Warframe drop today, let me know and I'll disseminate that information. Let me help you out with that, Scott. There you go, buddy. Estreno Mundial. Oh, peer pressure. Aha, good.
Latin America's
Clever.
growth isn't just about the numbers, it's about the people building the games. The titles you're about to see are being developed by incredibly talented small teams and solo developers.
World premiere.
Is Garna hurt? I gotta find her. I gotta try to stand up.
Oh, thanks for the help. But I still can't believe we're in this mess because of you.
We both knew getting near the tower was forbidden.
So, if we want to get our original bodies back?
We gotta cooperate and help each other, right?
Yep. But you're way too close, Aslan.
I can't remember what we were like. That's weird.
Hi, Cocky.
Me neither, but we have to keep moving forward.
Thanks for the resub.
Together.
I don't know, that looks kind of fun.
Tower. Wish list now.
Give that one a wish list. Looks like a puzzle game. It is co-op though. Hi Raiders, hi. Block, block, block. Block, block, block. Bulbo. Oh, this one. This one looks clever. He didn't believe in falling. He didn't know anything about gravity. Bobo can only know 4 things. Will my mom enjoy games like this? I don't know if she'd enjoy any games. Maybe. There's not enough cocaine in the game for her.
Shape your own hell, tile by tile.
Okay, so this is inspired by that artist who painted that very famous painting of hell. Oh, it actually has it. It has parts of it in there.
Rules. Deepen thy
Hieronymus
bonds
Bosch.
with the demons and define sin. Create freely in sandbox mode. Punishment, repentance, indulgence. Canvas infernum. Your penance has only just begun.
Pay me with wish lists. The tags are puzzle and turn-based strategy for that game, for that Cavernous Infernum, Canvas Infernum. Huh. What up, Bend, Ohio?
What's most exciting is not just where the region is today, but where it's heading next. A new generation of developers is emerging across Latin America with bold ideas, fresh voices, and ambitious new projects like this.
You wake up as a refueler on a planet where plants emit sound. Explore alien temples, interact with your AI companion, upgrade your suit, face multiple
Oh my
enemies,
god, that
and
reminds me
solve
of that
dozens of unique
Rick and Morty
puzzles.
episode where they're looking for a new home. And every morning they come
But
to a
in this
planet
game,
that's like looks
sound
good, but
and
every morning the
music
sun
are your
wakes up and
core
goes,
gameplay
ah, just screams
For
at them.
example, using your drone sphere, you can hear the ocean's depth. I'm Marcel, solo developer, and this is Soundgrass.
No, that's one of those games you couldn't pay me to play. My misophonia would go just fucking nuts. Misophonia, my hatred of repetitive noises. All right, I'll wishlist that one. Puzzle platformer, I'm in. Let's go. All right, RPG Tengu. Sorry, Nganga. You gotta go. No, it's that Kid Genius backpack kid from fucking One Punch Man. Whatever his name is, I can't remember. Kid Emperor, there you go. Heaven Crawler, eh? All right, EK Power, you want my favorite?
Fucking asshole, fuck off.
There you go. You're thinking Gizmo from Teen Titans? I assume that's correct. I don't watch a lot of Teen Titans. Oh hell yeah, I played Symphony of the Night, you bet. Estreno Mundial.
This job is heaps of fun, lad. He's the king. Hey, you. Ugh, what a fucking gobshite. Your time is done. Now it's time to bleed.
What a weird accent for a Latin-made game.
Home run. I think I got some red on me.
Okay, that was not... That last game was leveled pretty low. Sorry about that. Thank you, Ogre Beer, with the Prime sub. Yeah, the sequel to Thomas Was Alone. Thomas is now on coke. Yes, thank you, Super Sea Lion, for providing the links to those games. Very kind of you to do that. Fucking God. The Only Frames podcast. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You're a journalist. Sorry. Fucking article. First thing I noticed.
about the next generation, earlier this year, we hosted the second edition of the LAX Game Jam, bringing together hundreds of developers from across Latin America to create games inspired by the theme, Jack of all trades, master of none. What followed was an incredible variety of interpretations, from deeply personal narratives and experimental mechanics to competitive multiplayer experiences and beautifully unique visual styles. And while many of these games are still on the horizon, let's look at some games you can play right now.
Dive into a haunting underwater world in A Tale of Silent Depths, a tactical RPG where you command a submarine, battle terrifying creatures, and survive the mysteries hidden beneath the ocean floor. Beat the Champions throws legendary players into explosive arcade matches packed with insane abilities, fast plays, and pure chaos. No breaks, no mercy, just goals. Jump into the action today. Start your engines and leave chaos behind in Roadout, a post-apocalyptic action RPG where
I already posted it in the drop frame
collides
chat.
with deadly dungeon
Too fucking
exploration.
hilarious not to.
Take on dangerous contracts, sabotage rival gangs, and fight your way through the dead zone as Mercenary Claire. Step into a decaying nightmare in Comatose, a retro-inspired survival horror FPS where you explore twisted environments, solve disturbing puzzles, and survive the horrors lurking inside your own mind. Launching today in early access. One of Latin America's standout action platformer is finally making the leap to mobile this summer. Explore a fallen kingdom, master fluid movement, and conquer brutal platforming challenges wherever you go. Smash, dash, and blast your way through deadly machines in Core Breaker, a fast-paced action platformer with roguelike chaos at its core. Unlock powerful upgrades, discover new weapons, and uncover your purpose in a world ruled by robots. Available now in early access.
Latin American games are reaching players all around the world thanks to the support of global publishers, but also through experienced local teams with bigger ambitions than ever before. So let's begin this segment with the world premiere of one of Argentina's most ambitious games to date.
World premiere.
Is anyone here?
You changed something. What you just did resulted in new consequences. The technology and you are very compatible. You will become an exceptional time traveler.
Deep Dish Dungeon is a multiplayer game that you can play solo or with up to 2 other players. You'll be killing monsters, bosses, solving puzzles, looting, treasure hunting, adventure yourselves through the dark places. But I invite you to get deeper into connecting to the dungeon, because it's full of symbols and hidden mysteries. I'm looking forward to see you all making the most powerful meal of all, the Deep Dish Pizza, later this year and fall 2026.
I'd rather keep it off the screen, Hunting. I have the 2 showcases up in the title, so it's either one or the other. Thank you, Heel Jaldi, gifting a sub to Guy Whiskey. From the Only Frames podcast. That's me. I'm Zeke from Only Frames. Save your questions till after the show.
Nisa.
Are we just gonna, like, are we gonna acknowledge the titties on that chick? Jesus Christ.
Hi, this is Mark, Game Director on Hell Clock. Our first expansion, Cursed War, is right around the corner. And with it, we're releasing 6 new skills for you to make broken builds with. Holy Fire is a classic fireball, which burns everything to a crisp. Jaguar Spear can pierce multiple enemies with a long-range melee attack. Two Pun's Wrath sends sparks of electricity flying all over the place. Lad's Sermon shoots bouncing lightning shots, but needs to be reloaded. Cilada is a trap skill, holding enemies in place and debuffing them. And with Carcara Dive, you can leap slam into enemies with the strength of the Carcara. We're also adding over 80 new unique items, which can drastically change how all of these skills work. Don't miss Curse War, coming to PC, Xbox Series, and PlayStation 5 on July 14th.
What you're about to see is probably the greatest indie game to come out in all of 2026.
Yeah, nice tags, bro.
So good. It's very beautiful. Has vibrant music.
Oh, I'm not over it. I have resting bitch face. Like when I'm watching something, like I look like I don't care, I hate it, or yeah.
Where did you come from?
Don't leave the me.
And who knows, maybe when it fully releases,
This is the one. This is the one.
Wait, you can show them. You can show
it
them.
might just be my game of 2026. This is Colonel Hearts.
Oh, there you go. You know what I'm doing.
No. Okay.
So are you saying if I was on the screen and I was endorsing this game, you'd be out, Koi?
Oh my god.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's get into it.
I don't believe that. I think you'd buy anything I endorse. Wouldn't it be weird if I was on screen endorsing Colonel Hearts too? Like a game that is absolutely not in my wheelhouse. Like, oh my God, Colonel Hearts, y'all!
We want to thank our partners for supporting our mission. Our presenting sponsors, Raw Fury, Two
Then you would know it was AI, yeah, true.
Interactive, New Blood Interactive,
God, I'd pay her to say
Harvard
Annapurna any day.
Studios, ID at Xbox, who
Annapurna.
is highlighting an amazing lineup of Latin American games, including Beat the Champions, an arcade football game with legendary players for pure competitive chaos. Deep Dish
Thank you,
Dungeon,
Crazy
a
Eye Cripple,
handcrafted
for
survival
4 months.
adventure mixing exploration, crafting, and co-op dungeon crawling. Colorbound, a beautiful color-based puzzle adventure inspired by Aymara culture. Play Faster, a precision platformer built for speedrunners. And Soul Quest, a recently launched action-packed adventure inspired by Celtic mythology. And Gold Pack Goblins, whose support inspired a new segment we call Dev Exchange Program, where we spotlight games from other underrepresented regions around the world. Today, with special guest dev team from Indonesia.
Hi, we are Bloody Jam from Indonesia.
And this is our first action roguelike game, Grim Trials.
Grim Trial is a heavy metal action roguelite where you act as the Grim Reaper trainee. In this game, you use both melee and ranged weapons, craft various gears, and customize skill tree to make your own build.
As a unique point, we use banger music in Grim Trials, a heavy metal music. We collaborate with Sigmund, Indonesian metal band, so you can slay 7 simple bosses like a badass.
Wishlist Grim Trials on Steam now. Roll out the trailer.
This is the story of the day after I died, and my chance to return to the world. He called himself the Grim Reaper. He told me I was chosen to be Reaper's apprentice. It felt like he knew I wouldn't refuse.
Is that Ghost? Sounds like Ghost.
Latin American games rarely stay inside a single genre. Our developers are constantly blending mechanics, styles, and ideas into something unique.
Hi, I'm Fabio, and I'm really excited to be here on behalf of Coffeenauts, an indie studio from Brazil, to introduce you to our next game. Let me set the scene. You are stranded and outnumbered in a post-apocalyptic world ruled by AI. Your only chance of survival is to find and recruit locals to build a guerrilla resistance, then lead an uprising against the machines. The catch is that the machines are among you, and it's up to you to figure out who you can trust. This is Ghostless.
I have been watching you closely. You claim we're violent. But we only wish to exist. I'm telling you, they look human now. I saw that thing. The ultimate human vanity. It's your exclusive claim to the soul.
Department has confirmed AI has turned against humanity.
interesting. I'm a fuego starter.
Can't take it anymore. That's it for me. I'm going on vacation. That's final.
But sir, who you rule if you leave?
Oh. Eat you.
So Litany is a roguelike deck builder about making impossible combos, absurd synergies, and those big numbers that makes you feel like you've broken the game. In this dungeon, the gods are dead, and we only worship what we cannot burn. Many folks are trapped in this eternal cycle, trying to fight to reach a mysterious doors that no one knows what lies behind. And different from other dark fantasy games, Litany doesn't take itself too seriously. He added some fun and bizarre elements to this hopeless environment. Mechanically, Litany is all about chasing dopamine. You open boosters, you stack modifiers, and you multiply effects until you reach those absurd combos that feels completely unintended to the game. It's a mix of what we love in roguelike deck builders with this hypnotic flow that is hard to put down. The demo for Litany released today on Steam, so please go play the game and share your feedback so we can craft the best game possible.
When we met Litany, it was an instant fit for two edges. Dark fantasy, roguelike deck builder, felt already home. And once we played, we were completely addicted to the game. And we saw much potential alongside Sigils of Nightfall, as both games belong to the same genre, but with different approaches. And when we participate in some events, we really realize we were right. Sigils of Nightfall is a dungeon crawler roguelike deck builder with elements of the award-winning RPG Morkborg. And now we're releasing a new demo with improved map design and many community requests, as bestiary, quest events, and dice rolls. And remember, all the content will be available for you to play with your friends on tabletop. So play Litany and Sigils of Nightfall and follow Two Edges to see what's coming next.
Since the beginning of LAGS, horror has been one of the defining genres of our showcases, and Latin American developers continue to create some of the most unique horror experiences in games today.
I don't know, man. Looks a little too like eclectic, frantic.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
How long has it been since your last confession?
Since I was 9.
That's a long time. What are your sins?
A lot.
How did you even think to do that?
I saw it on TV, then in a dream, and I wanted to know what it felt like.
Have I ever confessed? Yeah, probably like 3 or 4 times when I was coming up through Catholic Sunday school and stuff. I was confirmed, had my first Holy Communion and all that shit.
Am I gonna go to hell?
And they require you to confess.
Maybe.
Alright.
If you don't grow out of it.
I'll give that one a wish list. Looks intriguing for sure. Estreno Mundial. It was weird telling an old priest dude that I looked at Playboy magazine. No, if it was for the articles, I wouldn't need to confess.
Who am I? You don't know what you've done, Lily. Juliet, you can't do everything for everyone. You've been acting a bit off lately.
Yo, Tony Tone, thank you for the 30. Moonlight Pale. Yeah, Amnesty. Same thing. Same. It was always weird. Like, I'm gonna confess all my deepest, darkest shit to a fucking stranger and an old man at that. Like, ugh. Weird.
Hello, thank you for installing Desktop Explorer. You'll be presented with puzzles around basic computer usage.
In a closet, yeah, no
Who
shit.
knows what you might find? Your goal is to
Pop
find the
in the
password
lock and we had 30
unlock the
months,
Teams
thank you.
puzzle folder. Color me impressed. You'll do great. Just ignore the feeling of being watched. I love puzzles. This is getting pretty creepy.
It's getting pretty creepy.
Thanks for using Desktop Explorer. See you later.
Oh, already on my wish list.
Owen. She was right. There is something dark in here. There are things here that shouldn't exist.
God, the audio's all over the fucking place, man. I'm trying to keep up with it, but fuck. I turn one up and the next one is super loud.
Never gets easier, you know. Sometimes you just get pushed to the brink. Emotionally, physically. Are you sure this is the path you want to follow?
We need to get out of here. Now!
It's okay. I know you can do it.
Richard, what have you done?
As our platform continues to grow, we've been looking for better ways to support and stay connected with our developers, creators, and community year-round. So today, we're excited to announce the Lags Club, a new Patreon initiative where we'll offer perks, access to opportunities, and community programs for players, creators, and developers alike. We'll soon be sharing more information about this in the future, so stay tuned. But for now, more games. From folklore
Both of
and
those,
mythology to personal memories and real-world
CG.
inspiration, this next
I love
segment
both of those
reflects
games.
the many voices and cultures that make our games special.
A nimble cat, a stealthy cat, a jellicle cat, jellicle cat. Which one is jellicle or jellicle cat? They might be. Just go to my page and search it, CG. But I lost a lot of VODs due to the DMCA bullshit on Twitch, so we'll see. I mean, you'll see. We saw this one on the Black Voices showcase. World premiere. Sorry, I got a cookie in my mouth. I once asked my uncle about that. Have you ever caught a boot while you're fishing? Because he was an avid fisherman. He goes, no, never. Really? You catch them all the time in video games and cartoons. So his saxophone was a ghost friend of his. What was he blowing into? Did we think about this? Like, come on, ghost friend, become my saxophone. You're right, Sea Lion. I did blow what I thought was a flute and ended up being a raccoon penis. So yes, I did.
Warning, please be advised that the following game contains no glorification or use of drugs. It is a homage to Brazilian bootleg games and mods of the 2000s and Brazilian pop culture.
And now hold on to your bundas. You are going to Brazil, cacete.
You threw a party in heaven after saving the favela from hell.
Brazilian drug dealer before more. Demons from the port to LA Opera during the favela and now I have to sing for months. Welcome back to Rio. Take a trip to Salvador also. Bunch of crazy new guns going from Chimao.
Strongman, is that you?
And new enemies. Double jump and dash, cause it was fireworks at their ass! The craziest boomer shooter of 2026, with 18 campaign levels, traveling to Brazil to save the mamadas from Ronaldo! Play co-op with 255 players overstay with one shot to park. Oh my god! This level demo available now. You can lose it. For release September 16, 2026 on Steam.
Well, now. Oh, we saw this on the horror game block too. Pretty sure. This game seems like a too many
Latin
chefs
America's gaming industry continues
spoiling
to
the
grow
stew,
at an incredible
kind of a
pace,
thing.
and the road ahead has never looked brighter. Let's take a look at some of the games arriving later this year and beyond.
Estreno Mundial. One second, I just gotta check something. What the shit? Oh. Yeah. Only frames. That guy is so badass, he's smoking 2 cigarettes. Yeah, this might be a game for me, for sure. Looks like a little point and clicky. With a pumpkin with dentures in. And if that ain't selling me a game, I don't know what will. Murky. Okay. I'll wishlist that guy. Dude! I'm in. No, I have no idea how long the showcase is at all. But we're coming up on we've just passed an hour 15, so. And they said 80 games. But I'm guessing, like, it's either going to be over in 15 or 45. Because we got another one coming up on the same channel. World premiere. Are you talking about Warframe, Callum? Because if so, then yes. Yeah, you can watch my channel and get the Warframe drop tomorrow for SGF, yes.
And while the future looks bright, there are already some amazing games available today.
Welcome to the worst shift imaginable. In retail hell, you're trapped inside Purgatory's only convenience store, serving terrifying customers while trying to survive the night, stock shelves, uncover secrets, and keep the horrors at bay. Build fast, think faster, and crush endless waves of robots in Gears of Glory. This explosive mix of tower defense and high-speed action challenges you to defend your base while tearing through enemies at full speed. Step into a brutal infected metropolis in Vultures, Scavengers of Death, a tactical survival horror where you scavenge for resources.
I have no idea why.
Encounters,
it has to because they're both Summer Games Fest, so yeah, there will be time.
A dead man hired you to solve his murder. In the posthumous investigation, every suspect has secrets, schedules, and motives hidden beneath the surface. Uncover the truth in this stunning hand-drawn noir mystery.
Thank you, Husky, with the 9
Hordes
months.
of enemies in Soul Quest, an action-packed adventure inspired by Celtic mythology. Harness the power of Morrigan,
Celtic,
goddess of death, and battle to reclaim the soul of your beloved. In The Warrior, nothing stays the same for long. Every level transforms the gameplay, the mechanics, and even who you control, as every character fights to become the protagonist of their own story. Uncover all the secrets in this wild platforming adventure today.
That's all for this year's Latin American Game Showcase Summer
you
Game
go.
Fest edition. Huge thanks once again to all of our presenting sponsors, our media, broadcast, PR, and community partners. And of course, Jeff Keighley, Emily Weir, and all the Summer Game Fest team for their continued support. Don't forget to wishlist your favorite games throughout our official Steam event. If
Now,
you're
I know I'm not
continuing
alone
your
in
Summer
hoping
Game
that
Fest
maybe
weekend,
she
make
is
sure
hot
to
and goes
tune
for a
in
swim.
even more showcases, starting with
Just
the Women-led
perchance.
Games Showcase right after our event at 4 p.m. Pacific. And be sure to tune in for Summer Game Fest on June 5th live from LA at 2 p.m. Pacific. For the scouts and publishers watching, over half of the game showcase today are either self-published or open for publishing opportunities. So if any of these games caught your eye, reach out. We can help you connect. And finally, we're incredibly excited to announce that this December we'll return with something brand new. The very first LAX Game Awards, celebrating the best games from across Latin America. We'll have more information soon on our website and social channels. Thank you again for celebrating
the
Latin
official
American
Summer Game
Week.
Fest show is
See you
tomorrow.
next time. But before we go, as tradition demands, we have one more thing.
One more thing, bingo! Shade Protocol. And now for the recap of all the games you saw. Good show. Good show, yeah. Good showcase. Estefania. There we go. We got about 30 minutes until the next showcase. I believe that one is also, it's official Summer Game Fest one, right? The women-led showcase. Pretty sure. No, don't look at chat. Whatever you do not look at chat. Yeah, it's official too. Yeah. Gelatinous Cube, I was looking at that. Yeah, so that's what we got tomorrow. Summer Games Fest at 4, same time as the Latin American Games today. And then Day of the Devs is so same. The accessibility thing we'll probably watch before Summer Games Fest. But we won't watch it at 10 a.m. or my 10 a.m., which is 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll watch it. We'll watch the video of it before Summer Games Fest. Yeah. PC Gamer is on Sunday. Sunday at 2. My time. Sunday at 3. These are all my time. 3 p.m. Eastern. If you go to Summer Game Fest page, you can see all the event schedule. That's what I got right here. I mean, this isn't that because it has more than just Summer Game Fest. But this has all the stuffs that I want to watch. Drop Frames, we're going to be watching Summer Game Fest together. We'll be in a call for that. We'll be doing Future Game Show and PC and Xbox. So those 4 shows we'll be doing together. Maybe Day of the Devs together since we're already there. Maybe. I'm not sure how late Co wants to stream, but. Do you mean Only Frames? Yeah, Only Frames. That's fucking hilarious, by the way. You guys haven't seen that. No, you'll see. You'll see. Right here. Bungie, this is from GameSpot. Bungie recently announced that it's ending ongoing content releases for Destiny 2 on June 9th. The Sony-owned studio, blah, blah, blah. The end of service announcement was upsetting to many, including Warframe creative director Rebecca Ford. She said on the Only Frames podcast, oops.
There is
because it says Only Frames right here as a joke.
From a
It says Only Frames as a joke right there. So they just took it off of this. You didn't even look at this part. You know, this big, you know, the title's on the screen. Whoops. But it's fucking hilarious. She said on the Only Frames podcast that there's no world where this makes sense. Obviously, this news is cataclysmic, yada, 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 yada. By Eddie McCooch. But I just love it. Yeah, Only Frames podcast. No, it's a mistake that I probably would have made too. Like, look at the title of it, like Only Frames. That's the name of him. I posted it in the Drop Frames Discord, and Ko had a nice laugh at it. I don't know if JP's seen it yet, but Ko definitely thought it was fucking funny. Who is that? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, JP replied on Twitter. I love the podcast Only Frames. It's my favorite in the whole Citadel. Yeah. Yeah, this right here, yep. I love the podcast Only Frames. It's my favorite in the whole Citadel. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Guys, does anyone know where I can get the game PsyOps: The Mindgate Conspiracy? Oops. No. Oh, you sent me it. Where did you send me it? Where? Skythe, you're here. I'm so happy you're here. Where did you send it? Oh, wait, did you send a physical copy, bro? That's right. I moved, though. I moved. It's in my shit. I forgot. Sorry, my brain is all fucked. So I have it, so I can emulate it. We're good. We're good. I can emulate it. We're fine. I have the physical copy. We're all good. Okay, good. Excellent. The other thing, Sky, I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you like a huge favor. And this is my favor. I'm glad you're here. There's a sponsorship that I really would like to take. And the only day I can physically do it is Tuesday. So I'm wondering if I could steal 2 hours from your stream and promise to play that 2 hours like the next day. I just need to steal 2 hours of your 100-month stream so I can do this sponsorship. And you'll understand when it's confirmed, you'll understand. But I'm trying to get it to go for tomorrow, but it's a little early notice, so it probably won't happen tomorrow. The only thing about emulation is I don't know about if the pressure sensitivity works on it. It won't affect the game much, but it's worth it. Okay. I think I know where I put my retro games at. I'm pretty sure I know. I think it's in it. I'm almost positive it's in the garage, in my retro games like box. I'll just have to find it. You can just do Wednesday instead if you want. No big. Oh my God. Fucking Sky the hero. Letting me out. You are fucking awesome. Fuck. I have another sponsor thing on Wednesday. God damn it. Shit. Fuck. What about Thursday? Does Thursday work for you? You got the week off work. Okay, so Thursday it is. Perfect. Let's do that. Okay. I'm going to change this now to Thursday. Save. Okay. I have it in my schedule as Thursday now. Okay, good. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. I hate doing that because I know like you set a specific day for a reason, but I'm glad you have the whole week off. But when the sponsored thing actually goes through, you'll understand why I wanted to take this one. Hold on. Let me get back to Phoenix about this. Okay. Getting sponsored by Only Frames? Oh, one wishes. One wishes. No, Thursday. No, Spencer, no. I told you I can't. I won't be physically ready. I'm on Friday. I'm getting the full body wax. You got your wires crossed. It's the Thursday after next for that. God damn, dude. I can't do photo shoots with animals with the hairy, like my body all hairy. Yeah, I can't photo shoot. All right, let's see. These guys aren't up yet. They should be, right? Oh, no, I don't want the fucking chat. Yeah, they should be watching up. Watching the stream gets me the Dante Warframe, right? Tomorrow. Tomorrow it will, yes. During SGF. During the Summer Game Fest, which is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. But I don't think anyone was getting it today, right? Right? Pretty sure there was no drops today. Yeah, tomorrow. Okay, good. Yep. I'm an official SGF partner or whatever. There it is. You are approved to co-stream SGF on Friday. Directory of some images, blah, blah, blah. You can use the new co-streaming feature to have your audience included in the total event viewership. Go to the Game Awards page and click the co-stream button. Yeah, co-stream in the Summer Game Fest directory. Any viewer who watches 30 minutes with a linked account will receive a free Dante Warframe. Yeah. Yep. So there it is. That's it. You do have to link your Warframe account to Twitch, I think. But that's it. That's all you got to do. And then watch for 30. Come here, Bubba. Come here, buddy. Come on up, bub. Yeah. Come on. Come on, bub. Okay, I'll do it. You want me to do it? I'll do it. There you go, bub. There you go, Bubby. This is Trick, in case you didn't know. This is my poodle. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah. He's a sweetheart. He has a bad breath. Don't you, Bubba? Is it headbutt? Are you going to headbutt me if I quit? Watch this. Watch the headbutt. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here you go, boy. He loves it. Dude, his favorite thing is headbutt. Standard poodle. Standard poodle from a poodle lady breeder, whatever. Him and his sister are both. They're good doggies. Good boy. He's a little hellion though. He's a fucking escape artist too. Like we had to get special, like a special fucking kennel for his ass. Because no cage will hold him. We got one of those wireframe ones, like those. I mean, it's thick metal, but we got one of those wireframe kennels, and he fucking just bent the shit out of it and escaped. Like it took him 4 times of being kenneled up in that wireframe one, before he bent it enough to get out, and then he pissed on our bed and shit on our pillows in defiance or something. But now we have the unbreakable kennels, of which I swear to God, I packed him in there, him and his sister, because we were going to go out to dinner. We put him and his sister in their kennels, their new, like, unbreakable, unescapable kennels. I come home, and he is out. He has figured out how to get out of that kennel. I was like, what the fuck happened? Turns out Dad forgot that there are 2 doors on the kennel. One on the front, and one on the top of the kennel. And I did not lock the one on the top. And he figured out how to like push it up enough and he climbed the fuck out. Thankfully, the next time we left him in there, he stayed in there. Because I locked the top door. But yeah, he's fucking anxious. But the other one, Lil, our girl dog, she like, we point in there and she goes in there and lays right down. Like she was made to do it. Him fucking bitching the whole time. I can't do it, damn it. Fuck, it breaks my heart every time. And I'm like, you gotta learn that you're kennel dogs now. Like when we want to go out to a movie or whatever, we have to kennel you so you don't piss and shit on shit. No, before we had this apartment, and the reason why, this is the main reason why we kennel them and don't like just, leave them in the house and shit, it's because this is rental. Like our house, they could, scratch stuff maybe, like, piss on like shit, like on carpets and stuff like that. Like it was our house. I owned it. We didn't like it, but we would, clean it up after them. And they had a room that we would put them in. They had the guest room was all theirs. So they wasn't that bad for them. But now we're renting, so we can't afford, or we don't want to afford them, like, tearing up shit. Downside of not training them properly when they're puppies. Exactly. We are bad dog owners when it comes to that. We did not train them. We just love them. And that's not great when it comes to like when you want them to do stuff or behave. It's not a good deal. How long you planning on living in rental? Well, it's not a plan, but it's sell the house that we left, which it's on the market now. We're trying to sell it. And then look for a permanent home here to buy. So it's gonna be a bit. I mean, at the very least 6 months, if not a year. But we're planning on maybe a year of renting before we find a place to buy and move in there. Not even sold the house. How come you rushed to Texas? I didn't rush to Texas. I wanted the house to be empty so people could look at it. Like, I didn't want people to look at the house while we were still living in it. I didn't want to set up showings and be like, oh yeah, we still live here. Yeah, I've heard selling a house while you live in it sucks. And yeah, now we just have, we have like showings and stuff, and we're like, I'm fixing it up remotely. Got a handyman that we know, or know-ish, that was recommended to us, that he's going to fix up some of the, the trim and the siding and paint the inside of the house and stuff like that. So we still got some work to do before, it looks like presentable. We put it up on the market already just in case we got any bites like right away. But now it's looking like they probably want it like, looking presentable for buyers and stuff. So I'm taking these sponsored streams like hotcakes. I'm like, hey, who wants to do a sponsored stream with old Zeke? I got a house to renovate. I mean, not renovate, but like clean up, paint, fix, that shit. Why did I move to Montana? Or why did I move to Texas? Weather. Honestly, because I live with someone who loves the heat, the humidity, all of it. And we tried living in Colorado, where I'm more acclimated to like the dry, mountainous climate. And she hated it. She hates it. She hates the winter. She hates the dryness. There's no moisture in the air. I personally thrive in shit like that, but she's my home is where my wife is, so this is now our home. I can deal with it. It's okay. Air conditioning everywhere. And if I go outside, I sweat off some pounds. So that's a positive as well. I'm a blue state and gay, so it takes that outside my ability to cope. I'm telling you, Andrew, like one of the hopes is that like we will be trying to fight against like trying to make a red state blue from the inside. And what we need to do that is more blue people in the red states. And we are that. So, it's spitting in the ocean. I get it. But like, every little bit helps. No, if I was a woman or a gay, I would not move to Texas. They're not nice to those people. I mean, Austin's pretty cool. Austin is an oasis. Yeah. A blue oasis in the middle of the state for sure. Yeah, but it's still Texas. Like, even if you go to a blue city in a red state, the rest of the state is still red. And if you drive outside the city limits, it really shows on the billboards and on the yard signs and trucks and vehicles and shit like that. Like, you don't escape it. It's a nice oasis in the middle of the, red desert, but, No, there's specific kinds. It's a weird law, Wabajack, but yeah, weed is legal here. But there's ins and outs of like thing, but it's like Katie was like, I went to the weed store and it's different weed, but it fucks me up. So it's still legal here for now. Just wait until that you don't follow their specific flavor of religion. Once again, I live in Austin, so it's not that big deal. And also, I grew up and lived in Montana for most of my life, which is also a red state. I lived in Dallas-Fort Worth for decades now. It's very mixed. There's plenty of people that are open-minded allies, and there's people complaining about things being shoved in their faces. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Antisocial bard. I will miss Colorado for that. Colorado had, like, especially Denver, it's very, like, you know, granola, hippy dippy, like, everybody just live, man. You know? And weed. Good Colorado weed is one of the factors for that, I'm sure. Do you miss seeing a casino on every street? In Montana, yeah. I do miss the casinos. I'm glad they're not here, though. You can miss something and still be glad it's not around you, right? Oh, they're live with the countdown? Okay. There we go. Sure. Perfect. Oh, am I on the... Yeah, see? What the... Oh, what the fuck? The women-led game showcase is only in 720? Come on. What the fuck? Is it the same on YouTube? Is 1080 for you? Why would it be different for me? Why would it be different for me? Refresh the page? Okay. Oops. Oh, maybe refresh the page, not the player? Okay, I'll refresh the entire page. Okay. That is weird. Oh, my stream is in 1080, yeah, but this one is not. Oh, okay, women-led games. Okay, so there's a different, okay, let's do. There we go. Let's try this one. There we go. That's fucking weird, bro. That is fucking, yeah. Okay, women-led games is in 1080. Okay. I'm good. No, all good, Khalid. Yeah, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't fucking Summer Games Fest be in 1080? The fucking main show better be in 1080 at least. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a beverage. I suggest you do the same. Yeah. You know what? Rev had a great idea. Let me get some white monster. Delicious. Oh, I forget to remod people all the time. Just ask Spencer. And Angenga. And Scott. And Wax. Oh, let me mod you, Wax, real quick. Oh! Wrong button. That's my bad. That was the wrong button. I meant to mod you and I ended up timing you out. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Women-Led Games Showcase Summer Games Fest Edition 2026. I'm Brianna White, actress and content creator, but best known for the voice of Aerith Gainsborough in the Final Fantasy VII Remake series. I am thrilled to be here hosting this show. You have no idea. It's just a mission that's very aligned with my own heart, to champion women doing awesome things in an industry that's traditionally been very hard for women to navigate. At the same time, it's very aligned with my own heart to just champion awesome games. Today, we get to do both. We are so excited to have you here celebrating an awesome lineup of games created by women-led teams from all over the world. At Women-Led Games, our goal is simple: spotlight amazing developers, connect communities, and help more people discover the incredible games being made by women in this industry. Throughout the showcase, keep an eye out for this icon on the screen because it means the game has a demo available for you to play right now. And speaking of playing games, don't forget that we have an official Steam event live right now, featuring many of the games you'll see today. Wishlist your favorites, try some demos, and support these amazing teams. Before we begin, a huge thank you to our sponsors, Gold Pack Goblins, 2.5 Studios, and Quali for helping make this showcase possible. All right, let's get into it. Enough talking from me, right? Let's kick things off with a segment dedicated to games for you to jump into and play right now.
Hello, I'm Hélène Fortin, head of production at Mipumi Games, and I've been supporting the team on Black Jacket.
Turn down your similarity.
My favorite part of Black Jacket is how something as familiar as a game of 21 can become deeply strategic. Every decision carries real weight. You're building your deck through different suits, shaping your strategy as you progress through the realms. And at the same time, there's a more personal layer. You're a lost soul trying to escape hell, and each encounter reveals a bit more about the world, other souls, but also
Yeah, I only played it for a couple hours, but it's really fun. It's a great game.
My role is to help connect the different parts of the team and to ensure smooth communication both internally and with our partners. For me, it's important that everyone has the space they need to shape a great game. I hope when people play Black Jacket, they feel the tension we wanted to build.
It's women-led games, not women-only games, guys. Come on, dude. Thank you, Anzi. Oh, this trailer, if you get, look at the Jade Shadows trailer on YouTube. It's fucking bonkers. It's good. Really good.
I suppose he sent you to hunt me down, yes?
Urian Caldecott, wanted for historic crimes.
I played through
against
this.
the Old Colony.
I love this.
Waiting for you at the cathedral. There's something here you really need to see. You truly do mean to kill him, don't you?
What do you
No,
think
all the
a
games
man
we're gonna
like him
see,
would do
like,
with all of that power?
for this segment are all already released.
To kill a god.
Your job is to lead me to the gallows. Maybe you ought to ask yourself why.
Here, folks. What do you do for fun? Other than shooting things, I mean.
Yeah, because she said, like, all these games you can play right now. No, I'd love a DLC for this immediately. I mean, the game's not even a month old yet, right?
Riding on you, folks, and time is running short.
What horrible thing have you awakened?
You just tried to kill me.
Men were never meant to control gods.
Stupid child! Can't you see you've fallen for a lie?
Yeah, I finished this one, yeah. It's relatively, I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say short, but it was what, like 16, 17 hours, something like that?
Hi, I'm Rihanna,
For
and I'm
me.
the programmer on Tree Planter. Tree Planter is a relaxing game about building your perfect woodland landscape, while also doing something good for real trees. For every copy sold, we plant a tree on local farms. Thanks to your support, we've already planted nearly 1,500 trees since launch. We're delighted to announce that we're partnering with the Suffolk Wildlife Trust and the Brex Landscape Partnership to add new levels to Tree Planter, inspired by their nature reserves. We'll be starting with a Lackford Lakes inspired level. This will bring lakes, ponds, and rivers to Tree Planter, and all the species that love wet woodland, such as willow trees, fish, dragonflies, frogs, birds, and maybe a cheeky goose. We're early in production and will be co-creating the levels with rural young people and children from Suffolk and Norfolk.
I don't know, Krause.
Who'll be drawing some of the art for us. Wishlist and follow us to stay up to date with Tree Planter.
I'm really not watching this because it's women-led games. I'm watching it because it's a showcase. Yeah, I haven't dug into it, Krause. Or Crozy. I want to play this so bad. I really want a game that I can just fucking lose myself in like I did with Warframe for 500 hours. This is not out yet. And I didn't even get to ask Reb about Soulframe at all. I brought it up as a joke a couple times, but oh, okay. Women-led games are video games developed or directed by women, showcasing diverse genres, innovative gameplay, and unique storytelling perspective. Okay. Developed or directed by women. There you go.
皆さんこんにちは。アクロバティックちりめんチョコでディレクターとアー
Which
トを
is a
担当
pretty
しているガチャボッ
pretty
クス
vague
です。
answer, to be fair.
トレーディングアーツコールは私がコロナ禍で苦しかった時に電話を通じて心が救われた体験をもとに生まれたゲームです。ここは月が落ちてあと21.7秒後に世界が終わる生と死の狭間の世界です。主人公のメアリが電話を通じて心残りなる魂を救うという物語です。電話で相手が見えないという状況を表現するために登場人物は全て動物にしました。
We saw this on the, I think the horror game showcase. It looked fucking trippy.
他にも鮮やかな色彩のイラストと演出で魂、心の動きを表現するなどビジュアルの美しさにもこだわりました。人とつながることの痛みと救いを体験できるゲームになっているので、ぜひプレイしてみてください。
I would enjoy a picture book. I'll just buy a picture book. No, I have no interest in Gothic. I tried the original and I tried the demo, I think, of the remake, and neither of them were my thing at all. I don't know. Something about it didn't jive with me. The mechanics.
We all know that games can make us emotional. They can inspire us, they can scare us, they can make us happy cry to hundreds of thousands of people on the internet. You know, that one might just be me. That might just be me. But the most important thing about games is that they're fun, right? This segment is dedicated to games.
I
that
frequently
are
find
designed
out that
to keep
a game I
smile
like
on your
is
face.
either is led by women,
Hello,
and I stop playing
art
it.
director at Kineko Studio, and today I will present you our puzzle game, Tracastrophe. It's a colorful isometric puzzle game where you guide a mischievous little train through vibrant worlds and help it reach its destination.
Sorry,
Each
gotta have
tile
standards,
has
right?
its own personality, atmosphere, and visual identity. So you're constantly discovering new places, new vibes, and new little details along the way. The puzzles start approachable, then steadily grow into satisfying brain teasers that reward experimentation and one more try thinking. It's cozy, bright, and a little chaotic.
But I think like showcases like this are important for representation.
Now for you
So
to try
like
on PC on Steam.
like, you know, Latin people, women, so on and so forth, like go like, oh, it's not just a white dude's club, you know? I don't know if I could play this game if I can't sniff the glue. Like, sniffing the glue was half the fun of building models, right? Or is that just me? Said Zeke the Cucumber. My
Congratulations, and welcome to your new job at the Carnum Isle Post Office. Your role is simple, and you'll do wonderfully. Stamp, sort, deliver, repeat. Every day, just the same. The system is perfect. If the mail whispers, pay it no mind. If a customer seems strange, do not avert your gaze. If you feel tempted to wander outside,
Hi, Thrill House.
don't.
Thanks for the resub.
There's nothing for you out there anyway. But you
Hey,
don't need to
how
worry.
did they get a camera in my high
because
school
I'll
bedroom?
always be here, watching, listening, guiding you when you forget your place. Some say the post office doesn't let people leave. That's silly, isn't it? It's just that no one ever wants to. So relax. Do your job. And everything will stay exactly as it should. Forever. This is a totally normal post office where nothing weird ever happens.
Hi, I'm Andrea from Wonderbelly Games, here to show you some of the work we've done to expand the demo for Arcane
Thank you,
Eats,
Khalid.
our delicious deck builder where you cook up the tastiest combos. In Arcane Eats, you shape your cuisine deck with magical ingredients and kitchen tools while hiring a crew that knows how to make the most of what you're cooking. In our expanded demo,
There you
we've
go,
also added
Tartuccio.
a new spice
There's your
to
shit
mix
box.
enchantments. At Charms and Noble, you can buy cookbooks to enchant your cooktops with spells like Happy Hour Ritual and Raging Spices. These will make your flavors even more powerful, and you're gonna need it because you can now play through a second week of running your restaurant. And week 2 is when the nightlife starts to show up and get rowdy. Vampires, werewolves, a sneaky raccoon, and gelatinous cubes. If you can survive all that, you'll face off against a new judge, Julia Cragchild. Julia is a culinary legend known for her gigantic appetite and earth-shaking enthusiasm. If you can make a meal to move this
It's
mountain,
Frank!
you'll earn your second mithril star and be one step closer to proving your epic status as a chef. So come test your hand in Arcane Eats. The expanded demo is out right now on Steam.
You excited for the big game, kids? Come on, 3, 2, 1, dealers! Oh, what the hell is that?
Sorry, Tie-Dye. Not during the showcase. I'll refund your points.
Oh, where are we?
And where are our kids?
Oh, those monsters got them! Guess it's time to show those baddies who their daddies are. Name's Daryl Wilson. Nice to meet you. I'm way too high for this right now. Don't make me pull this video game over.
I'm way too high for this right now.
Stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up.
It's a bullet heaven with a story. Good luck finding your kids if you survive this.
Ma'am, could we not fight? I'm something of a feminist.
Why can't anybody just let me kill a bunch of people? I'm on your side. I'm vegan. So you only eat plants?
Dungeons and Daddies, BDSM. Bad dads survive monsters.
Based on the world's 4th best tabletop role-playing podcast.
Horsies! Oh my god! You can wash the brush the horsies! Yeah, what about the poop? Huh? What about the poop? Are we gonna clean up the poop? Because horses poop a lot. Also, if you can't breed this with a car, I don't want to play this game. I have a better horse game. It's called Horsey Game.
Hi, I'm Lillian. I'm Georgia. I'm Stacy. And I'm Cheryl. We're from Pickpock, and in collaboration with Mattel, this is our upcoming game, Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue. Set in the fictional Moonrise Valley, Barbie Horse Ride and Rescue explores an optimistic Barbie world that celebrates friendship, fashion, and of course, a love of horses.
By the way, if you've
As
not seen the
someone who
Barbie
grew up
movie,
playing iconic
do
Barbie
yourself
horse
a fucking
games,
favor
it's so cool to
and
be
watch the
bringing that
Barbie
nostalgic
movie.
feeling of
I
wonder
am
and
not even
discovery
being
into this
ironic.
brand new
It's
experience.
fucking
Whether
hilarious.
you played the games yourself or not, you'll find our world full of that familiar Barbie charm and connection. Fashion has always been a part of Barbie. We're creating a dream closet of customization options, giving you the freedom to
I was
express
skeptical
your unique
myself, but I
style.
watched and I was like, that's pretty
And
good.
of course,
That's fucking
horses
good.
are at the heart of it all. The tech is inspired by iconic
Yeah,
Barbie
the Margot
fashion
Robbie
too.
one, yeah.
It's been such a joy combining the world of Barbie with our expertise in horse games. You'll discover a game filled with authentic equestrian moments, riding challenges, and a compelling mystery. Barbie Horse Riding Rescue will be available on the App Store and Google Play on the 16th of June, and will also be coming to Steam and Nintendo Switch 2 next year. We'll see you in Moonrise Valley.
Girl.
Hi.
Look at me, girl.
My name's
That is a
Holly from
tragic
Reliable
haircut
Plumbing
on that
Services,
last girl in the
and
Barbie
this
game.
is Philosophy.
Girl, let me help
Climb
you,
through
girl.
a surreal vertical world shaped by the history of ideas. You play as a small spark of thought, ascending from the depths of Plato's cave through 2,500 years of philosophy, from the marble ruins of the classical world, through the cathedrals of medieval scholasticism, into the cold machinery of modernity, and beyond.
Dude, if it
in
ain't
search of
MS
whatever
Pinball,
truth
I
might
don't
be
want
waiting
to. I don't
at the
want to
top.
play it. I've never played a
Alone
pinball
with
game
a
I liked
friend,
except
you'll
that one.
climb using only 2 buttons to flip, plunge, shoot.
What was the name of that
Piston.
pinball game that came with Windows?
And swing your way upward.
Space Cadet. That's right. Oh,
You will
fuck.
rise again through eras of ideas, both bad and good. Play the free demo now on Steam.
Here's one thing I know to be true. Most games are more fun when you get to share in the chaos with your friends.
This was 13Z when we first started building it.
Yes, I
It was
did,
rough,
Nightcrawler. I heard
but
about
over
that.
time, we saw the game we imagined come to life. Hi, I'm Eddie Torres, creative director of 13Z, the Zodiac Trials. 13Z is a fast-paced action roguelite inspired by Eastern Zodiac mythology. You play as a challenger, a shape-shifting animal spirit fighting to become the 13th Zodiac, solo or with friends. Fluid combat is the heart of the game. We focused on fast action, verticality, ever-changing builds, and movement that feels unique to each character. We also have more challengers on the way. We built the upgrade system around 8 different elements, with skills that can be modified based on how players want to play. There's the Jade Tree for permanent upgrades, so there's growth with each failure or victory. We also spent a lot of time building the world of 13Z, to make it feel as lively and rich as the combat. We hope you'll try the demo, and if you like what we're making, wishlist 13Z on Steam.
I heard somewhere that you said there can only be 12 Zodiacs.
Lucky Roll Studio is collaborating with
But I heard
Golden
somewhere
Games.
that
We've added a free update
if you
to
made
include new
13
avatar
months,
items,
they'd all have
an
30
artist
days,
hardback and nameplate, 2
and
new
like
titles,
shit would
and an
line up
artist emote.
like every day,
Draw
every
Draw
week
Pass
would
is
start
a
on
chaotic
Sunday,
party
every
game
first
where
would start on
players take turns
Sunday,
to
and every
collaborate
last
on
day would
one
blah blah blah.
canvas. Then the guesser has to
Like
figure it out.
13 months would be so much better for
What's going
like
on?
you know just everything lining up perfectly.
It's free on Steam, so grab your friends and get ready to draw. We're also
Or every-
excited to
every would
announce
have 28
development
days.
on our next project.
Every
The
month would
Witch's
have
Whisk.
28 days.
Cast different spells to whip up delicious baked
4
goods to
weeks,
feed
7
your
days
hungry
each.
customers. In this magical world, you play as a witch where your whisk doubles as a wand. What kind of magic will you whisk together in your bakery?
Oh, it is one day off from 365.
Wishlist the
Okay.
Witch's Whisk today.
Have that be New Year's Day.
Experimental reactor.
And have it be
And
outside
I
of a
really do
month.
think the whole thing might implode. And that's where you come in.
Just have 13 months and 1 day. And then on leap year, have 2 days.
Now, I don't want you to get overexcited, but there are rifts that cut through time itself. Stabilize one of those, and you could pop back to your own time. And while helping yourselves, you could perhaps fix a few teensy little problems for me too. Norchic thanks you for your service.
The world is ravaged.
Thank you, Adelac.
Destroyed by the scars of the Titan War. But legend speaks of those who endure. Those who wield its power. Few survive the lands of Saran.
Thank you, Tie-Dye.
For the storm has twisted what remains. So carve out what shelter you can, and hold it for as long as it stands. Alone or together, you find solace while the winds settle. And when it turns, you soar. You fight. You evolve. You become something more. You become Storm Forged.
That last guy looked pretty cool. I don't know why.
Come to the festival held by a rat and his friends. There's lots of beer and lots of odds and ends. My video sharing their game went viral on TikTok and Instagram. I really like this so much. Like, it's still so good, even as like a little early slice demo.
There's a huge response to this game, and for good reason. I mean, it's incredible.
I can't wait to see some of this game. I'm so excited. I love this so much. So far, I'm in love. I'm obsessed. I'm addicted.
I'm just hooked. I want more and more. Yeah.
It's not sponsored. I just think it's just really neat. It's really cute.
Personally, I'm blown away. I think it looks amazing. The whimsical cuteness vibe is there.
Honestly, just flying around with the Aurora Borealis and this beautiful music is like really lovely.
It's a really nice game.
It's been described as a mix of Skyrim and Stardew, and I can definitely see that. It's ex-Bethesda devs, and it's a passion project, which I love.
It feels very original, very unique.
Yeah.
Can you hop on my back? No. Yes!
Oh, I'm in love with this. Look at him! Look at the snails! Look at the snails! Look!
Are they helping?
They are helping!
Oh, everybody's helping. That's so wholesome.
Oh.
Can we all just please fund this? Please. This game deserves as much love and support, right?
Hawthorne is so good.
I don't want to let it go yet. I love these characters. I crave more.
Hi, I'm Megha Gupta, co-founder and game producer at Vala Interactive, and I'd like to show you our very first PC console title called Spookaboo. Spookaboo is a physics-based ghost-trapping and friendship-smashing couch co-op game for up to 4 players. Team up with friends and family and play as ghost hunters to detect, scan, hook, and trap all the pesky ghosts hiding in plain sight. The game features a wide variety of quirky ghosts with annoying abilities that you and your friends need to evade, along with a plethora of level mechanics that throw in even more chaos. Meet the team behind Spookaboo. We were very bullish on one aspect of the game, that it should make people laugh. We tested the game a lot in different regions to gauge the very same reaction, and we were so happy to see that we actually achieved it. So if you have Ghostbusters nostalgia, or simply looking for a good laugh, then this game is definitely for you. Go check out the game on Steam. Thank you.
Do everyone a favor. If they have a thick accent or English isn't their first language, put fucking subtitles. Help them out. Come on, guys. I mean, she did all right, but like every fifth word, I was like, what? I mean, I'm all for always have subtitles. Yes, I'm all for that. In fact, you know what? Did I even look? No subtitles. Is there? Not enabled, not available for this content.
Hey everyone, I'm Reb, the creative director of Warframe.
And I'm Megan, community director for Warframe. And we're so stoked we were able to show off our release date for Warframe's next free update.
With those
Jade
leggings,
Shadows
Reb,
Constellations,
you are
earlier in the
serving.
showcase, and we hope it was entertaining.
Indeed, because games can entertain us in a lot of ways, and some stories stay with us long after we stop playing.
The worlds, the choices, the emotions. Sometimes a great story is the thing we remember most.
So get comfortable and enjoy this next segment of games with powerful narratives and unforgettable storytelling, which we feel honored to introduce as story-loving hosts.
Sometimes a tavern.
You
is
know
a
what?
tavern.
I might give Burger Boys a look. Let me
It's what you
wishlist
fill it
that.
with that makes it a home.
Yes, I think Wholesome Direct is on Saturday. I want to say it.
Tavern Talk Stories Dreamwalker. Coming soon.
I love that the character looks like a grandma. Like, not a young person in old makeup. Their body type, their face, like the whole thing, they grandma'd it up, and I'm fucking, it made me laugh to see grandma run like that. Makes your nipples itch? Change your detergent. Oh, this is a puzzle game. I'm pretty sure I already wishlisted this one. I'm a slut for puzzles, you goddamn right, Technic Cake. I am a puzzle whore. Yeah, I think we saw this on, at least on Thinky Direct. Or Thinky Game Showcase, whatever that one was called.
Light of Atlantis launches this year, November 2026.
And of course, great stories are nothing without great characters.
The heroes, the villains, and the weird little guys that make these worlds feel alive are often the heart of what we remember most.
A date with death remnants. Fuck, you think I'm fucking playing this? A fucking dating sim? I mean, the animations are cool, but that's not gonna be in the game. It's gonna be fucking still frame, fucking visual novel bullshit. I'm not playing this. And it's anime, which is another strike against it for me. Yeah, get JP to play it. My wife would like it only because that is the main character. An axolotl, or how the fuck you say it. She loves those things. She creams her fucking jeans when she's in the pet store and sees one. I'm not saying they're not cute. I'm just saying, like, I think God had leftover clay when he was making animals and was like, what should we do with this guy? I don't know, give him horns on his face or something. Make him look half made.
I'm
like,
Anthony,
okay.
Toda Brava's executive producer, and Toda Brava is a fully hand-drawn 2D RPG. We play as Kako, who is trying to escape the Santa Cruz dungeon to rescue his mom. Our game is inspired by classics, such as Chrono Trigger and Super Mario RPG, which features turn-based combat as well as timing mechanics. We're an indie team from Brazil, and Toada's fantastical setting is all inspired by Latin American culture and landscapes.
And I'm Maki, Toda Brava sound director. The game's original soundtrack is inspired by Brazilian music as well as several other Latin American rhythms, and by the timeless soundtracks of games such
You were
as
blowing
Final
on my
Fantasy,
penis.
Country and Chrono Trigger. It's been a lot of fun trying to unite
Said the
these
ghost.
musical styles to create a unique soundtrack to match Kako's adventure. Don't forget to wishlist Toda Brava on Steam.
Welcome to Veil's Echo, a cozy horror adventure about an underworld where souls seek redemption. But first, let's meet the team. Indre, Davidas, Sean, and me. Hi. When Veil dies, she wakes up on a train to Dev's headquarters, only to get thrown off into a strange forest in the underworld. To move on, she must confront the memories and emotions she buried during her life, and discover what her ending truly means. One of my favorite parts of the process is designing the characters, most of which are anthropomorphic animals. Davidas spends hours researching how each animal moves, so he can animate them properly. Even crabs, despite the fact that he absolutely hates them. Which is why I obviously made our first boss a crab. I have no regrets. Everyone on the team is pouring so much love into this world, and we can't wait for people to experience it. Wishlist Veil's Echo on Steam and jump into Chapter 1 for free today. And the full journey begins in 2027.
You know, there just aren't enough games about planting and farming. I'm glad there's enough. I'm glad they're showing some. Seems like an untapped market, right? Everybody wants to plant and farm shit. I was joking, Smoky Brand. That was a joke.
I'm Cornelia Bożyńska, Creative Director at Purple Ray Studio, here to show you Koszmar, The Last Reverie. In Koszmar, you play as Violet, a lucid dreamer caught between two worlds consumed by mysterious sleeping plague, the walking city where people vanish into sleep, and the dream world where nightmares wait. In Radvan, Violet is careful, grounded, and investigative. The city requires her to observe, explore, and listen. Be prepared though. Sometimes curiosity leads to dreadful places. On her journey, she encounters nightmare rifts. Each rift is tied up to a person consumed by the plague. To wake them, Violet must enter the rift and venture into the dream world. But there, rules change. Violet unlocks abilities and freedom that real world will never allow. She is no longer only investigating the plague, but she can fight it. The deeper Violet travels between dreams and reality, the greater cost becomes. The cost is not abstract, it's real. Her actions and choices are transforming what she is, lost in the comfort of delusions, or a nightmare that nightmares fear. While you're still awake, wishes Koszmar, The Last Reverie on Steam.
If I was the showrunner for any of these, I'd be
Before we
like,
continue,
does the
huge shout out to
announcer
our
for your
sponsors.
trailer
Goldpack
speak
Goblins
English as
is
a
your
first
team
language?
Of game industry veterans here to aid
You're
you
gonna
in your
want
game release
subtitles.
quest with business,
Even if they
marketing,
do
and
speak
strategy
English as their
support.
first language,
2.5 Studios, an
you're
independent
probably
game
gonna want to have
development and publishing
subtitles.
studio based in Australia that crafts immersive, story-rich visual novels and narrative games that take you on unforgettable journeys. And Quali, a leading game studio developing and publishing hyper-casual, hybrid casual, and casual mobile games, along with PC and console titles. Now we've had some fun, cozy vibes and emotional stories, so naturally, next it's time to embrace the dark side and ruin everyone's sleep schedule even more. Let's take a closer look at some horror games that are ready to haunt your wish list.
Hi, I'm Ying, the lead creator of the tiny team behind Unfollow, a third-person puzzle game that takes you on a journey of cosmic horror. I'm honored to be here today to give you a quick look at our game. Let's dive into it.
Unfollow follows Ash, a tiny child figure navigating a world where the beauty is airy. It's a labyrinth where time and space are non-Euclidean. To survive and uncover the story behind it,
Wow.
you must use Ash's
Having a
abilities
non-English speaker
to
or
collect
non-English
pieces of
first language
information,
speaker say
solve
non-Euclidean
puzzles,
is a real ask.
and escape the dangers. As a dual artist team, we've spent over a year handcrafting this world, while self-teaching ourselves to code. It's been a massive journey of learning, but I'm proud that we have not compromised our imagination for technical limits. We're still early on our journey, but we can't wait to hear your thoughts. Our first Steam playtest starts today. Head over to our Steam page to request the key, and please don't forget to wishlist the game. Thank you, bye.
Pretty sure that one's already on my wish list, but let's see. It was. Okay. There we go. That looks like a game for me. Little Nightmares, Limbo, whatever, like. I'm in. I'm down. I'm in. Dude. Oh, she said she's a self-taught coder? That's cool. Okay, rest stop. I will put you on my wish list as well.
My New Year's resolutions are 1. Lose 15 pounds. You don't even have 15 pounds to lose. I thought it was my turn. Fine. 1. Continue. 2. Do the shadow exercise every morning and night, no exception.
Beautiful.
Nico says that to his wife. Dude, I'm in. No. No, I do not.
Terrifying crime scenes with a mix of folk horror. Welcome to Inkblot, a detective game where you are the part of the world. My goal was to create a very captivating, fantastical world you want to discover. I spent a year just searching for the final aesthetic. I draw the inspiration mainly from them. I made custom brushes and sets of rules for the art team so they can follow up easily. And they did. Working closely with the game and narrative designers, we create and refine the cases. Every detail matters, in the atmosphere and in the gameplay itself.
The game focuses on the outside investigation. A cult is at work and you have to catch up on the ongoing events. Every character I make has to be memorable and somehow uneasy to look at. Characters reflect the situation in the world through their expressions or strange appearance. Characters are not talking directly to you, but they're the ones giving you the letters. Through the game you can meet a variety of characters and follow their stories. I'm working closely with our animators who bring the characters to life. Together we finish the character design through its movement and expressions. See you later this year!
Yeah, I couldn't place it, Andrew.
The Inferno, a realm of torment for the sins of the demised. But you're unchained. Freedom. You can get us there through a trial. The infernal pilgrimage. Take the void's
Sound a
gamble.
check to you?
Earn the souls that shall fuel our escape. I failed my own chance, but yours I won't squander. Take my light, pilgrim. The path is dark.
Fairly certain I've already
Girls
got that
Make
one.
Games
Yeah,
is an organization
I did.
dedicated to inspiring the next generation of creators by teaching girls how to design and develop their own games. The next 3 games were created by talented young developers through their program, and we are so incredibly excited to share their work with you today.
I just want these games to be the bloodiest games we've seen so far. Just by, like, you know, younger women just tearing heads off and disemboweling shit. I'd be like, that's an awesome kid. Give them some money. Make them a game. Weird. Fat. I wish this was voiced. Nerd. Oh, I'm not supposed to identify with the bullies. Right. Then why do they make the bullies so cool in every game, huh? Why are the bullies always the cool kids? Oh, so I just realized in that last game, you can actually be rubber and they're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. I deserve a noogie for that. Oh, please. I hated noogies. Hated it. I hated all the bully things. The pink bellies, the rug burns, and the fucking noogies. The purple nurples, the wedgies. God, I hate every one of those. I'd rather you just sock me in the face. And just pretend you enjoy the purple nurple, like, oh, please stop.
As someone who works in a game full of
yeah.
cute animals,
That would be a little off-putting.
we all knew this was the inevitable. You can't make a showcase this good and not include a good segment dedicated to cats. So as the official ambassador for cute animals and games, here's a collection of games featuring cats, about cats, or simply powered by cat energy. Enjoy.
Oh, we saw this one, yeah.
Scum of folds from a filthy apartment barely fit for living, and rats that call it home. The seen and unseen corners of spaces hold subtle signs that might escape even the most watchful eyes. As a rat, the only way forward is to bite. Bite and bite and bite. Filthy, small, and hated, so they fight to live and fight for each other. Along the way, we piece together a hidden story. Through the clues we sniff out, the puzzles we solve, and the spaces we break into. It's an unfortunate life, but then
Is she speaking into a can on a string?
Just above the ceiling, and we built both sides. We observe spaces the way a rat would, and build a world from there, weaving story, characters, and gameplay into every corner to bring this small lived-in world to life. In a world moving toward an uncertain future, we may feel lost, but even in bleak times, hope remains, and that's what we aim to show.
It's like Rats Cum actually has a fucking Steam page.
Please, no, you have to believe me.
Okay.
I was like, oh, there's Sue, like I should follow her. Oh.
A bow and arrow on fire, right? We can just share.
Meowstery.
Since you're so sus of me, I'm gonna pick Sue.
This one clock is at 3 or higher because I wanted to.
Wait, Doggy Underworld? I thought all dogs went to heaven. I was lied to. What? No, all dogs. It was clearly all dogs go to heaven, not just the good ones, all of them. Puppergeist. Okay.
This next set of games immediately grab your attention from the moment they appear on the screen. From beautiful environments to amazing animation to striking color palettes, you won't be able to look away. Seriously,
Superbot, are you talking about the only frames thing? Because I saw it already.
Oh, death. Oh, death. Spare me over for another year. What is that I can't see? His hands got a hold on me.
Fucking PC Gamer did it too. Son of a bitch. We're now only frames. That's us. Fuck. It says via GameSpot too, so they just took the whole fucking article. goddamn Cerber with 100 months. Goddamn. You made it, bro. 100 months. You got a game?
Hey, I'm Taste of Heaven. Welcome to my world, a magical culinary RPG with a pinch of root-wise ingredients, inspired by Spirit Away. Or, at least, that's what the humans call me. But let's not get stuck on the description. Join me on a fun and dreamlike fantasy journey. Create a cosmic and poetic recipes to satisfy the appetites of a vibrant and colorful cast of characters, gods, spirits, and the creature alike. During your journey, you will make some friends. And who knows, you may even find a little romance in my reign. You'll be surprised how much
you can whisper it, Cerber,
relationships
anytime.
can help
Just
you
whisper it
overcome
through Twitch.
challenges. So make sure you're friendly, my little audience. Hungry already? My demo is waiting for you on Steam. I'm releasing in early 2027. Wishlist and follow. There's more cooking in the kitchen.
Oh, so you want to be a star? And what are you willing to give up for absolute stardom? Let's go. Rated PG. Pretty gnarly.
Somebody say boy.
Oh my God.
Where'd that little robot boy go?
He got the big bag.
What? He signed with a fucking god.
I love the switch to the fucking jockstrap.
What did you say? Are you ready to sign?
Hi, I'm Yasmin from Digitales Interactive. We're currently working on our third detective adventure, From Ruins. Our pixel artist Eugenia is in charge of the environments and interfaces. All animations are being created by our freelancer Martin. My co-founder Julian and I split the remaining workload, including audio, programming, writing, and game design. From Ruins is our most polished and focused detective game yet. Decades ago, civilization ended in a fiery blast. As the survivors started building something new, a mysterious woman named Ella took you and your sister under her wing. However,
Yeah, AMV, that's why I wishlist a bunch of them, and then I pare them down to like games I really want to play. I wishlist them honestly just to give them a second look.
Creative director at Lofty Sky, and Hope in the City is a story of a young woman navigating impossible odds. It takes place in North.
And also,
China,
they come
a
out at
region
different
where
times. Like,
student
some won't
owner
come out
Marsha
for
was
another
born
year
and
and a
raised.
half or
Our
whatever.
protagonist Hope
Some
is
will
in
come
her
out
last
next
year of
month,
high
you know.
school,
So
preparing for the Gaokao,
they don't
the
all just
National
come out at
University
once, which
entrance
is
exam
nice.
in China, which basically decides the rest of your life, so no pressure. The game begins with her struggling in math class.
Hope's less stressed than her classmates because she's heading overseas for art school, but things at home have been difficult. Her parents have been fighting a lot. One day she comes home from school and her apartment is completely trashed. Her parents are gone, no note, no message. How would you react if your parents suddenly went missing? What would you do? As a teenage girl,
Fucking
she's
throw a
fighting
party,
alone while trying
dude.
to
I'm
find
a
out what's
teenager.
going on with her family. As an artist, Hope sketches things that seem important into her notebook. You'll use her drawings of these observations.
Unless I'm
to
some
find
sort of
connections,
like
form insights, and make
fucking
breakthroughs in
nerd.
her story, which unlock clues, locations,
Oh,
and
that's kinda
dialogue
what-
options,
yeah,
bringing you
okay.
closer to
Okay,
her
maybe not.
parents and the truth. The sketches in Hope's notebook are all hand-drawn with a team of incredible women in key creative roles. Solve the mystery of her parents' disappearance and uncover the truth in Hope. in
No,
the
honestly,
City,
me in high
coming
school,
soon to Steam.
I'd be like, my parents are gone. Who wants to come over to my house and play D&D?
Now you can
Oh, God,
It's
I
easy to
was
see
such
why
a
video
dork.
games are truly an art form. Beautiful visuals always impress, and some games do exactly that by creating an art style that feels completely unique to them. Here are some games with a visual identity that stand out instantly.
Dude, Don Cheadle, you don't have any. I was gonna say you don't have any idea how true that is, but you probably do. Like anytime my parents were like, "All right, I'm gonna be gone for 2 days," be like, "You're not bringing a blacklight home, right, Dad?" Because don't do that. I remember a bunch of my friends had blacklight posters in their room, and they'd be like, "Hey, look at this blacklight poster." I'm like, "Don't bring that anywhere near me, my pants, or my shoes, or my hands, or my room, or the couch upstairs."
Hi, we're Lucy, director and artist.
And Clara, designer and programmer of Frida is Changing.
Frida is Changing is a detective point-and-click adventure with a fun horror atmosphere, over 25 in-depth characters in our 40 unique locations. Today we want to show you how we create our puzzle scenes. Frida is Changing is a story-led detective game, so every puzzle, every dialogue has to help you get closer to the truth.
We have a giant mind map that keeps all of the story and gameplay pieces together. When creating a new scene, we break down goals, the information the scene needs to tell, and what interactions we would like. We prototype and test first versions on digital boards or on paper, and then build the entire level with really rough sketches in Engine. Then we playtest. Do players intuitively know what to do? Is there too much or too little friction? Do they get the story? After testing, we review feedback, change things, iterate, test again, and iterate again, until we are happy with how people experience the game.
Now we can start creating the final assets and expanding the world through details and flavor. Once everything is set, the scene can be handed off to our sound designer and composer, who bring it all to life.
And that's it. Now we just need to do that for every single scene of the game. If you want to play Frida's Changing as soon as it comes out, be sure to wishlist it on Steam.
You can also contribute to our Kickstarter campaign if you want to get awesome rewards or be part of the game yourself.
My name is Eva. I make all the visuals and write the story of Burn With Me. I drew all my life, no matter what, but this game is my first serious art project. At first I studied physics, then worked as a data scientist, but kept the art to myself. But then game dev untied my hands and let me create what I wanted and how I wanted it. It's important for me to find my own voice, and I try to borrow from other games as little as possible. Sometimes my past is full of misery, but the happiness of creating a new world is immeasurable. In Burn With Me, you feel like you belong to a closed society dealing with dangerous powers, but it's nevertheless cozy and welcoming. Every time someone dives into my worlds and feels something, it makes me a little bit happier.
Serber? What language is this song? I fucking love it, dude. Is it Russian?
So there I was in the desert of Neudesoto, brawling with his rude
fucking got in my head, I was tapping my foot.
50-50 chance of hitting, so I spat on the ground and I told him, "You feel lucky, punk." And then I tripped, didn't I? Punched the living daylights out of me. Lucky Punk is a perfect information push your luck roguelike deck builder set in a vibrant post-apocalypse. Life's not easy, but you're one of the idiot punks going out to gather supplies to help your community thrive and survive. It's simple. You've got a deck of cards with damage and effort points. You want to build up as much damage as you can before ending the round, and if you collect too much effort, the round ends early and you get nothing. Push your luck in each round as you manage the odds that are being stacked against you. Every decision is transparent, every risk is yours, and every failure completely deserved.
Micro Mega is a vertical, physics-based puzzle game. You guide a sphere through intricate obstacles with the help of strange creatures. You activate old machines, pipes, wheels, use the wind, and even rewind.
Sounds like a sex thing, Yarmarkana.
Find
If
the
so,
right
no.
path for the sphere to progress.
If it's a game, I don't think so either.
You zoom in to look for small collectibles, or zoom out to understand the puzzle's bigger picture. Each level is inspired by an emotion that shapes the environment, the gameplay, and the pace. Building a game that involves physics and such detailed drawings is a huge challenge. Mani and Jan, the game designer, had to invent their own grammar of playful physical elements such as bumpers and pulleys, wheels, and more. The way they build the game is also a constant iteration between art, mechanics, and level design, often with pixel-perfect precision.
Hi everyone, I'm Keke, the producer and the lead artist from Perfect Day Studio. Today, I'm excited to introduce our latest work, We Junk Artist. We Junk Artist is a creative multiplayer game supporting up to 6 players. The gameplay can be summarized as Closure and Gas. Within a limited time frame, players need to closure ordinary items into imaginative masterpieces to convey messages, and let other players guess what they have closed or catch the vibes of other players. We believe that creativity is a small flame buried in everyone's heart. Through this game, we hope to reignite that spark, unleash players' imagination, and share it with others. Thank you so much for watching, and thanks for supporting women-led indie games. We Junk Artist will officially release this August. If you like our game, please add us to your Steam wishlist today. Thank you!
And that wraps up the Women-Led Games Showcase Summer Games Fest Edition 2026. Thank you so much to the incredible developers that trusted us.
Decent showcase.
And thank you once again to our sponsors, Gold Pack Goblins, 2.5 Studios, and Quali for helping make this event possible. Don't forget to check out the official Steam event to wishlist your favorite games, try some demos, and continue supporting these amazing teams. And while you're at it, go catch the VOD for the latest edition of the Latin America Games Showcase. And tune in for the rest of the incredible indie game showcases happening during Summer Games Fest. But wait, don't go anywhere, because right after this we'll have an exclusive post-show interview.
Oh,
with
Thinky and Horror Block, horror game, whatever that one was. Those have the most wish list for sure.
Social channels, and trust me, it's a good one.
For me.
Thank you so much for watching. Again, I'm Brianna White, and I am so thrilled to have been hosting this showcase. It is so important, and all of these games looked amazing. Thank you for watching, and enjoy the rest of Summer Games
If you didn't
Fest.
wish list more than one game,
very
you
soon.
are misogynist. Like, that's just science. You hate women, and now we know. So there you go. Good to call yourself out, though. So we know you. No, I wish listed quite a few. Let's see. They're gonna mostly be pre-release by date added. There we go. Yeah, Micro Mega look cool. Lucky Punk, I'm give that another look. Rest Stop, I don't know, but like it's weird horror, psychological horror, so there. Unseal, Koshmar, Light of Atlantis, Burger Boys, We Were Here Tomorrow, Letter Lost, Murky, Twirl, Tempest Vitae, Quantum Quartz, and I think that was only from the women led, and then the rest of these ones down. Canvas Infernum, Ornament Tower, Allegory Circle, Inferius. Oh, and those are from the. Actually, I think the one that I wish listed the least was the Latin American games, the lags. But yeah. Well, there it is. There's our day of showcases. Thank you for joining me. I hope you guys had a good time. I love doing this, even though my face, as my wife would say, "Are you having a good time?" Well, tell that to your face. I have resting bitch face. I have resting mean, like, uninterested bored face. I've been dealing with it for 10 years on Drop Frames. Zeke looks bored. No, I'm just listening. For fuck's sake, I'm just listening. Do I look bored? Do I look mad? I don't mean to. This is it right here. That is my, like, I'm watching and paying attention and listening, just not talking face. And it looks terrible. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, that does look terrible. Holy shit. He does look like he's bored or having a terrible time. All right, so what's up tomorrow? Tomorrow, we've got, well, we're going to watch the Accessibility Summer Showcase, but after, we'll watch the VOD of it. But we've got Accessibility Summer Showcase, we've got Summer Game Fest, which I will be joined with Drop Frames, and Day of the Devs probably with them too, I'm guessing. But yeah, the big days, the official Summer Game Fest Jeff Chella thing is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. No, Eastern Time. It's the same time as the Latin America and women-led games of today. It's the same time tomorrow, 5 and 7 Eastern Time. Yeah. So, also, it's been approved or whatever for those of you who are wondering, like, mostly Scythe, because I bumped Scythe on Tuesday. It's been confirmed now that I will be doing a broadcast on Tuesday, a sponsored stream on Tuesday. So thank you, Scythe. And I can tell you what it is. Well, it's that. How serendipitous. I'll be doing some Seventh Guest on Tuesday. Remake sponsored. I just bought that today and they're giving me a key. So I'll have a key to give away, which is cool as well. So that's happening on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I have 33 Immortals with the boys, with Co and JP. So a couple of sponsors right in a row, which is nice for my wallet, of course. And then we'll have Sky's game, which is, I know exactly what it is. I just want to make sure I pronounce it right. Psyops. That'll be on Wednesday or Thursday. Psyops, the Mindgate Conspiracy for Scythe on Wednesday. So that's what's coming up this next week. We've got a full day. Oh, and I'll probably start the day with the other game, the Broken Lore Follow. There we go. So we'll fire that up tomorrow before the Summer Games Fest games, I guess. Or, I mean, showcases. Excuse me, showcases. So that's it, baby. We done for the day. I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow for some Broken Lore and some showcases. And until next time.
For all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya.